You know something? We recently had a family celebration of sorts. Uh, a family friend came over and gave us some news, and it was eventually determined at that point, we're going to toast this news with alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, so I was offered this non-alcoholic white grape beverage of some kind, sparkling, whatever you might call it, just to ensure that if there was ever any time in which I'd be celebrating something, that I would have something to celebrate with. And you'll be pleased to know that I've got that here today, because what better cause to celebrate than the 5th anniversary of the Mutant Girl? Let's go, everyone! Yes! Oh yeah, cheers. There you go. This is actually very delicious. And again, I will reiterate, it is not alcohol, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live, if I'm still there. I don't know. But yes, well met, lords and ladies. Jacob Butter speaking, and as you can probably tell from that, I really wasn't sure how to start this video. Because I have been away from streams for a while, mostly because they were either all based on making the remake that most of you just saw, assuming that you're watching this live. If you're not watching it live, I would advise you to go watch the remake first, because otherwise, why on earth are you here? You want a commentary video, or mostly commentary video, on a thing that you haven't seen yet. We are going to do some more things today. But yeah, I'm very tired and very rusty, but I'm very much here and very grateful. So hopefully, in order to assist with that, because much like the Mutant Girl is not a lonely endeavor, neither shall this video. And as per usual, I have 3 guests waiting. One of whom I didn't think was actually going to be here based on the time of day, but welcome Emily, for starters.
Hi, I gaslit my parents to be here.
Oh, I see. You're the reason I premiered the video 45 minutes early, because I know that you normally go to bed at 10, so like, okay, I'm going to premiere the video, and then that'll be it. Realizing that you'd already seen the episode anyway, because I uploaded it early as a copyrighted music test to see if it would get claimed on the members only. So,
top 10
yeah.
reasons you should buy the memberships. I saw it at bloody, what was it, 9 this morning or whatever?
Yeah, you saw a 480p version. By the way, I've rendered the video twice since then. There are some very subtle differences in a few of the things, like some of the sound effects I forgot to fade out. There's a couple of cursed frames I hadn't removed yet. So, again, another reason to get the membership is that you have a chance to find out about those, even though we're going to watch both the videos today, so I'm probably going to tell you at some point. But I'm not the only person who will be talking at length today, I imagine, for the other 2 guests are also very talkative in their own rights. And they are, of course, our usual guest, Aiden DeBest.
Hello.
And a surprise appearance from KW.
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!
Dear Mutant Girl! Happy birthday to you!
Dear Mutant Girl! Happy birthday to you!
You know what? The Mutant Girl, if there was a Mutant Girl birthday cake, you know what cake it would be? A cheesecake.
It certainly would, yes. I 100% agree.
It would be yellow and orange with the logo. It would be like frosted with the logo on top of it.
You know, most YouTubers, when they do merch, they do typical, t-shirts, hoodies, things I'm wearing right now, which happen to be YouTube merch. Let's just do cakes.
We're opening a bakery called the Mutant Girl Bakery, guys.
Hey, wait! I can make cakes! I can make cakes! I'm a baker!
And guess what? There's going to be a special promotion every once in a while called Harvey's Special Brownies.
Oh,
There's nothing special added to them.
We're going to get shut down.
They're not weed brownies. They're just regular brownies with a bit of extra seasoning in them.
Everyone just thinking that Ebo.
To be honest, I thought you were dead because you have a live stream for him. I was like, is he okay? And
Yeah,
he's
no,
like
you
5
weren't.
years
You weren't
later.
online all day, and I was like, Jacob, today's their anniversary. Where have you been?
Yeah.
Please.
So okay. So what was happening was that again for the editing streams again they did help up to a point. It seemed like as soon as I started doing camera angles, Vegas decided to just have a hissy fit, and it did the usual thing that you have when there's either too many layers or too many things going on where it just decides
great.
to crash, which is not what you'd expect because I was doing way more complex editing before that stage. But
And that was on
it
stream.
so on stream it crashed like 3 times just doing camera angles. And I thought, okay, well, I need to sort this out. And then I think there was also one more scene to do. So essentially I became so hyper-focused that I was like, okay, well, I need to just fully concentrate on this. Even with the people there, I just, this is not going to work out also because I was losing a lot of sleep, more than usual. So so I was like, okay, I'm going to hyper-focus. And also, the main reason I turned off Discord, guys will just not respond. The reason I turned it off is because, again, it was taking up CPU. Yes. My computer's CPU was the thing that really decided to mess me up. And
also fun fact, me and KW were in a call before this talking about Klamai season 2. we were starting production on the episode 1. I am the co-editor of that series currently. I
was surprised to not see not see KW in the chat. So I would have
no, she was editing mostly, I think.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, we're gonna go over that the video again just now, and also the original because that's just kind of what we do for these.
Compare and contrast. Are we gonna start with the original or are we gonna start with the remake?
I think people have just watched the remake right now. Again, assuming they're watching live. Yeah, so start with the original. I mean, I feel like we should start with the original anyway, because, I mean, you want to end on a high note, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, there's also one flaw with the remake I realized. During the pop theme, there was some audio messed up.
Oh, okay. William spoke. I guess
I think I heard, like, William's voice in the beginning of Pop's theme or something.
Uh-oh.
That's weird. That shouldn't have happened.
I heard that. Like, I literally double-checked and went back. I was like, yeah, no, it's still there.
Oh, God. There was like a video coming out where I was reacting to something about these, like, fakers or whatever.
Or something. I think you mislayered the voice or something. Or maybe it wasn't William. Maybe it was someone else. I thought it was William.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely not William.
Maybe it was, like, Matt Adams or something. Like, maybe a stray Matt Adams sound effect got, like, layered over or something, because I remember as soon as Pop's theme started playing, I heard like a voice say something garbled or something, and then it's just like, oh, okay. Was that a part of the video? I guess it was. It wasn't a part of my end.
We'll see. It might have been, if it was at the end, it might have been Terry, because he has a line right before that. But again, we will get to that. And also, I think during the middle portion, Emily has also graced us with some Mutant Girl fanfiction, and I realized that there's been a fanfiction tab in the Mutant Girl Discord server this whole time, so I thought we might as well read some of what has been cooking.
Ironically, I was writing Mutant Girl fanfiction for this.
That's why I was just shy of mentioning it in the fan art announcement.
Oh, by the way, I thought I'd also ask this while we're here, or like later. Are you ever going to react to the Klamai season 2 trailer?
Oh.
Probably not, because I don't tend to react to trailers on their own.
Oh, you should.
Oh, come on,
you should. You worked hard on that trailer.
I mean, what am I gonna say? This is the thing, you know, when I do like those collections of holiday videos and there's like bits of like music videos or stuff like that.
Okay.
I don't know what to say with those.
You know, the main reason why I want you to react to it, I want to hear your speculation. Like, I genuinely just want to hear you speculate on what could be in season 2, since you don't know any of the season 2 plot points. Or like season 2, and I think it would be interesting hearing you speculate based off the trailer to see what someone who doesn't know it. Because obviously, I know what happens in season 2, so all the shots and stuff, I'm like, okay, that's from there, that's from there. This is this plot point. Oh, that's hinting at this plot point. Blah blah blah. You know, I pretty much know. And it's just like I do want to see like random reactions to it to see what general people who don't know what the story or the script, what they think with the trailer.
I love it. He's like, can we watch the Columbine Season 2 trailer? And I'm right here like, oh god.
No,
I mean, he didn't mean like right now.
Yeah, but just in general,
Got a
maybe
theme to stick to.
you know, it can be tacked into one of those streams or something. Or if you ever do like a stream reacting to what's it, Treat Pop. Those streams are super short, and just be like, okay, now we're reacting to Columbine Season 2's trailer.
One thing I got requested to react to like a week ago was the Green Knight, and those also tend to be quite short. So that's why I tend to
So I mean, it'd be a good little short stream extender if it's like, oh yeah, instead of having a 30-minute stream, we can have like a 45-minute stream.
Oh god, it's like one time where I decided to show the alternate ending of Ponies, and I just left the live stream and be like, hey, Jacob would have watched this. He would probably watch it on a different day. And I was like, oh, he's still alive. I'm wondering what he's doing right now. See the Ponies on TV. Crap!
I mean, it's a trailer's one thing, but an alternate ending. You know, there's substance to deconstruct in that one that I can do fairly easily. Not saying there's not stuff deconstructed in a trailer. I understand there is, but again, all that's kept mysterious. I guess that's kind of my style of reviews is mostly being story based. That's probably why I don't run into the issue that a lot of reactors do, where they just run out of things to say, or they don't react in a way, or they just do like that. Oh my gosh, or stuff like that. That's probably
oh my gosh, she just said she doesn't like him. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, she slapped him in the face!
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they just broke up, guys. They broke up. Oh my gosh. You know that plot point we just watched? It happened. Can you believe that?
That's my concern. Whenever I see like a gacha meme video or something, it's like, oh yes, the things flew on the screen in rapid succession. Commentary. Help.
Well, to be fair, trailers kind of hint at a story, so you know.
But yeah, the trailers do. Yeah, the gacha memes.
The memes don't. Memes don't really have much story unless the memes themselves have like lore for the channel or characters, like you know.
Yeah,
like I know, like sometimes Blue, like when Blue makes stuff, like I know she has like lore and stuff behind some of those memes and characters.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, we have not mentioned the chat yet. We've just kind of been going at it. So let's let's get right into the madness. Too late, and that's about to unfold.
BB or Aiden, which is probably before I got introduced, like, oh, someone who talks a lot.
Oh,
BB or
okay,
Aiden.
yeah.
Wow! What about me? Am I chalk liver or something, bud?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, fine, I'll leave.
No,
It's fine. Apparently, I can't even remember your birthday. So I wish KW happy birthday yesterday. Her birthday's on the 15th.
You were close.
You were close.
Close
Yeah.
enough.
My goodness. Happy late birthday, because that's when I shut everything down.
No, my birthday is a curse because Jacob voted a stream for the past few days because it was my birthday.
Oh my goodness, yeah. that was that was the correlation.
Yeah.
You know what Jacob did for my birthday last year? React to my old videos.
That's a nice
Speaking of that, we should bring back It's a Night with Life.
No,
Oh,
it
we
is my
absolutely
birthday in
should.
10 days.
I
Next
vote
time
we
my
do it.
birthday.
Let's torture Emily for a video.
Yeah, I did the same thing to Shorty. And I would have done for Aiden, but I've acted like all of Aiden's videos
You've
anyway.
already kind of reacted to most of them.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going
Yeah.
to do a quiz for your birthday last year. Emily and I they collaborated on that. We should recycle that this year for
We
Aiden's
can
birthday. Since round
recycle
four.
that. You know, my birthday's June 11th. You know, my birthday's in like.
Yeah, but I say recycle
I'd
because
make a
I don't remember the things that we wrote on it. So actually, we might
What's
need to.
Aiden's sexuality?
No, it wasn't.
yeah,
It was a,
yeah.
It's too easy.
Yeah, I
it was
know.
a
It's just like,
Minecraft
I
quiz.
wonder.
It was a Minecraft quiz, and then we brought
Well, it was-
everyone on, and then Aiden said he had to go. because it was a really
Yeah,
long
it was
day.
it was a quiz that was done on Minecraft. It wasn't just Minecraft themed. It was the theme was Aiden and his channel, but the
I know we had,
setting
like,
was Minecraft.
questions about Drama Club and like what was his house on Drama Club and stuff like that.
Yeah, that one, and there was also stuff, to do with like the deep dives as well. Like what was the first Minecraft roleplay series or something like that. We're probably gonna have to change something like, oh yeah, order these from like the latest release or something like that. Maybe if we did one of those, just in case. But I don't think we're gonna have much of a problem. So yeah, I've introduced William. I have introduced Josh, and of course we never get to see Drunk Butter.
Mello is here, or is
if you write it into a script, I can act that out for you. But no, otherwise,
Mello says potato.
Yes.
Mela, you should come back to voice acting somehow. You should. We miss you.
Wow.
We miss you, Mela.
I love we just had like a sincere, like heartfelt goodbye, and then it was like, come back immediately.
We miss you. Listen, okay. I like Mela's voice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if people missed that, this remake episode was the
Mela's
last,
final performance.
Yeah, it wasn't the final recorded performance, but it was the final. I think it might have been. We have episode 3 is still the Milo's last performance of. We've got more archive footage. Ooh,
we got one last performance before we switch to a new VA, which I think is Emily.
It is.
I think.
Can we also? Can that mean I don't have to be Kylie's VA anymore? Because that's
we probably should get a new Kylie VA.
Yeah, that was. I was going to raise that as a point of concern.
Yeah.
I was 90% sure.
KW.
Actually,
do it.
Wait.
KW. Question.
The original thing. I was the backup for Kylie. KW's Kylie's backup. So.
Oh yeah. I was about to be like, KW, do like a dumb white girl kind of voice where it's like, I'm so. Oh my gosh!
Oh, okay.
Well, see,
well,
that's
it means that, the stereotype is that, that voice.
Like, oh my god, look at her hair. It's so, like, ill. Like, it needs to be, like, primp and press and everything. And look at her fingernails. They're way too long.
Do you remember the last episode of that we remade, KW? By any chance? Because you just referenced it, I think maybe unintentionally.
Oh god, I forgot.
Yeah,
the thing I remember at Kylie is that I made it my own headcanon that she likes oil when I was redesigning her.
I forgot
Kylie, by the way.
Listen,
I think that might have been the 4th anniversary stream.
Just saying, future Kylie is a essential oils salesperson. She bought into like the multi-level marketing. She's like, oh my god, I'm my own boss.
See, I said she drinks.
I love selling
this
oil. Put this oil on your kids' food. It will cure them of all diseases.
Oh dear.
Listen, I think that's hilarious, but also kind of sad.
Yeah, the sad part is the people that literally buy into it.
Yeah, no, the sad part is people. No, like some oil people, like people who sell oil, will literally be like, "Oh yeah, I put it in like my soup and stuff." Like, you're not supposed to eat the oil. Do not eat the oil. It's not safe to consume. Please.
Hey, look, it's not as bad as Gwyneth Paltrow. She gets people to put things in other places that are even worse.
Yeah. Those things are not meant to go in certain places.
Indeed, they're not.
And didn't she like sell a candle like scented about her like private area?
Yes, she did.
Oh god.
I think I'm going to die.
Don't die.
Really?
Because I'm gonna die.
For those who haven't seen the live stream I did this morning, this is my birthday gift I got.
Throwing glass. Coloring.
Yes.
Book.
Yeah, it's a
color.
Yes, I do. Anyways, I went to this page and
please make that an April Fool's book talk.
Oh man. Hey guys, I'm talking about this deep book. This deep coloring book I got at the dollar store here. Like I went to the dollar store and got this deep book. It's called Caillou's coloring book. It's really deep and deep. It's such a good story.
Why'd you have to pull out Caillou?
I'm just a little kid. I'm Caillou.
Goodness.
I'm just a kid who's each day I learn some more. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics.
I
Casi
don't
cuatro
either.
añitos. Yeah, that's how it starts in Spanish. Oh my goodness.
Oh no,
okay.
William!
Looks
Well,
like
Shut! Why?
oh my goodness.
Because Caillou.
Also, I'm glad that Bon appreciates me helping out with their bingo again.
Anyways, we should watch the original now. We're like 20.
Yes, I've loaded it up. So this
Last
So thing to say, I didn't turn on the volume yet. Yeah, thing to say about this one actually. During the initial run of the Mutant Go, I mean, most of the time from episodes 1 to 5, most of the gacha videos that I had seen at that point were the ones that Jay and Natasha had shown me, which was mostly their own. Some of the other ones they told me to avoid a lot of the general things in the first place, and also Taming the Bad Boy. Gotta add that too.
Well, I think you only saw episode 1 at this point because you didn't see episode 2 through 13 till like I think like a year after that.
I may have seen 2 because I recorded a review with Jay and Shorty, but I lost the file for it. So I had to redo that one.
Because like you didn't start reviewing episode because like I know episode 2 is when I joined, and that was like I think either late December.
Yeah, that was the redo file.
Yeah, that was either late December or early January, somewhere around
most
there.
of those were January. Yeah,
or 2020.
Yeah, so we had just met at that point, and also you hadn't started doing gacha yet, so it was very much a Minecraft YouTuber reacting to gacha for some of the first time, probably not getting that good an impression.
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't see much gacha. I think I saw episode 2 of the Mutant Girl, but I didn't really watch much of the Mutant Girl till I started in production. And that's when
I was a Minecraft YouTuber or like a gamer YouTuber that I started reacting to.
You weren't around during that time though, definitely, because like those.
No, she's talking about later on, like
like
how it repeated for her, like years down the line.
Oh my god, I'm Aiden, but female.
Female Aiden confirmed.
I also started with Minecraft and then moved on to onto gacha. The difference is that I'd started making gacha before gacha review was a thing. That was like the gimmick at first, was like I was the only person that I knew of who actively made gachas, but
participated in it and reviewed it.
Yeah, most of the gacha reviewers around that time didn't actually make gacha themselves.
Which
apart
I
from
think
that one
gives
time
more
that
of an
insight did
insight
as a
thing.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing. So I saw some of those reactions. I was like, well, why have they done this thing here? I was like, I know why, but I can't. But you wouldn't know because you don't have the insight. Anyway, yeah. So again, my exposure to it again, I knew a lot of the tropes. I'd seen a bunch of the hated childs, everything in the skies, a lot of those that had been in circulation.
Angel hybrid demon things.
A little bit, falling into the dark side multiple times.
Falling into the dark side. Oh my R.
Yes, that too, actually.
Oh no! Guess
I think
who's
Jay
back?
made one of those.
Oh, Angel
Back
Dust is
again. Guess who's back? Here we
Hey,
go
who's
again.
back? Tell your friends.
Listen, Dobby's about to turn up the heat.
No,
that was supposed to be Angel. I messed that one up.
Oh. I mean, honestly, I think you could pull off a pretty good Alistair. I don't know if you could pull off a good Angel, honestly.
It depends. Projecting Angel, not this time of night. But I mean, Angel was the Angel was the first ever Oh Ashley. So I just have to. That's like my warm up is like going Oh Ashley. But yeah.
No.
We owe Ashley this whole time with KW.
Mm-hmm.
Before we say something, we have to go. Oh, Ashley.
I'm gonna ask Gosi if she wants to join the stream.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you.
It's gonna be another rule breaking one because I haven't streamed in a long time. So Yeah.
Okay, well, to be fair, this is the Mutant Girl Cast thing. And, like, we only do the stream, like, once a year, technically.
Yeah, and KW is now just been appointed the new VA of Kylie, so she can.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm pretty sure she's also the current official VA of Geneva because she was the backup.
Okay.
She was the
speaking of
backup, but since the Caroline system left, that would make it fall to KW.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay, well, speaking of VAs, welcome, Z Zanet. I recognize you from the server.
Wait, does that mean you're my wife, KW? What's the voice? It's like a deeper for, like, Silas.
Me and my wifey.
No, it's not that deep. It's like, hey, KW, how you doing? Like, a slightly deeper, like, kind of like this, but also, you know, not as... Me and my wife, he ain't deep as George.
Oh, that seems to be working. Anything like mildly deep seems to affect KW. My goodness.
I should start talking.
I mean, hey, I get it. Deep voices are.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do all of my all of my streams like this now. So yeah, this is the new voice.
Wait, you can do your You can do your king voice. You can do your king voice that you did for Emily, King Agrigor, not Agrigor. God, I'm thinking of it.
Me?
King
Asgore.
What?
Oh,
King
that's what you meant.
Asgore. Yeah, you can do
Actually,
your
that
Asgore.
one was a lot higher than my normal.
Oh, really? Dang.
Yeah.
Yes, so like it's up here, and then my normal voice is like around here.
What is this?
Oh no!
I
my-
regret that video with a burning passion, not because of the
I
voice acting.
I liked
was
it
able to
though.
voice Asgore.
You regret everybody. Listen, I want some
It
more
was not the
Undertale
voice
content here.
acting that was the issue.
Keep
It was
talking.
my
I
own
need to
bloody.
get my cable.
Yes.
It was my own
Listen.
bloody video making skills. Like, what were those
I mean-
designs? It's actually so cringe.
I mean, well, you hate your designs like after making them. Like
Yeah,
it's like
but it
it'll
was
be a
just like-
week, and then you're like, oh my god, my
Actually,
designs are so
I-
ugly.
Just
I
like it's
like
been a
those
week, Emily.
designs.
It's been a week.
That's happening less and less, I'll have you know. The only person I've hated that I thought I would like for a while was Bianca, her original design, because that is
Yeah,
bloody
fair
ugly. And I'm not sure who let me do those eyes, but I want to
Yeah.
brush.
Well, if we switch to Gacha Life 2, we can fix the pupil thing, so there's not
I
weird
think-
like black crosses in her eyes.
Well,
We
we've
did
gone
a
back
poll
and-
about that already, by the way. We did a poll about Bianca's eyes, and people voted for them to stay.
Yeah, but like
Well,
we
that's
didn't
'cause
say
they're
the pupils
stupid.
had to stay. We didn't have the
Sorry.
pupils had to stay. We just had the eye shape itself had to stay. Like keep in
I'm
mind,
not
I think
90%
Gacha Life
sure they're
2
not even in Gacha Life 2 if we
No,
did
in Gacha
switch.
Life 2, the eye shape and the pupils are technically in Gacha Life 2, but we just use different pupils and it will be fixed easily. You know.
Yeah.
And actually, and here's the thing: I
listen.
like Bianca's eye shape. I like the eye shape itself.
the
I just
eye
don't like
shape
the
is-
pupil. The
Okay.
pupil is the problem with Bianca's eyes, in my opinion. That's my only real issue because, like, why is there like a weird cross? And then that comes up with weird interpretation of her eyes. Like,
Yeah.
does she have heterochromia? Is her eyes fading? Is the color fading into each other? Like, what would it look like if it was more of an anime sense? You know, like it was more of an animated anime sense for Bianca's eyes.
Whoa.
I
Cross
think that just
line
depends
her eyes.
on whether
Artist
changing
interpretation.
them. It comes down to whether we change the entire Mutant Girl cast if we move over to Gacha Life 2 or not. Because
Well, her
That
eyes
could
would,
constitute
her pupils
whole
would just be
kinda.
fixed because the pupils are slightly different anyways in Gacha Life 2. Like
those
that's
weren't
the one thing.
pupils.
Like
Those were her actual eyes.
not pupils, iris / pupils. The eye
Irises.
pupil,
It's an
iris.
iris.
You know what?
It's an
Speaking
iris.
of eyes,
The
we should
irises
all
just
be
have to change
focusing
their
on
color.
we should
this
cut
video.
eyes upon the video.
Arguably,
Yeah,
we are
Yes!
talking about the Mutant Girl just very late into the future.
yeah.
Well,
they're-
speaking of
yeah.
Mutant Girl, let's watch
We're
the
talking
Mutant
about the
Girl.
present day
Okay.
/ future Mutant Girl.
I have to address something in the chat first. Bond saying I'm guilty of making a Maya animation in the past.
Oh God,
and
no!
Darkside.
Oh,
I think my very first
no.
animation is the hated
Please
child
no.
becomes a
Please,
princess in
please.
Gacha Studio, which I never finished.
The
I too
drama.
have made a hated child becomes a
Oh,
princess.
wait.
that was my first Gacha video.
Stream. Okay, look on the shirt I got today.
Okay.
I got the boy. I
I
got the
thought that was a
boy.
duck.
The boy. The boy.
I ate the
Also,
boy.
he's
Oh, I got a new
Num,
shirt
num,
the
too.
num.
boy.
I mean, it's Kirby, more likely to eat you.
He's the boy. Okay, I got the boy.
All right, fine.
I
All
love
right, fine. I'll
Kirby.
show off my things then. Okay.
You just got a Marvel Studios shirt.
Yeah, well, what can beat that? Athmouse Studios.
Oh!
Wait, is it called
And
Athmouse
Starkid.
Studio?
And Starkid Studios.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, where did you get the Starkid Studio shirt?
I backed one of their Kickstarters in like 2022 when they were trying to like
Oh.
reinvigorate after COVID.
Oh,
I
nice.
completely forgot about it, and they sent it to me like like last month. I was like, when did I do this? Oh, the Kickstarter. It's like they've been making other stuff since then, but there you
Yeah.
go.
Anyways, is Ghosty here? Yeah, no. I had to, like...
Oh, dang it! I forgot to I didn't scroll down because I was getting my mouse. Who's been here the whole time? I'm sorry, Ghosty.
Wow!
I
Wow!
was about to say, like, you guys have been like talking about nonsense. Meanwhile,
Wow!
it's
How could you do this to my girl Ghosty over
Good
here?
grief! I don't stream for 2 days, and this is what happens to me.
How dare you? I
Oh my
swear.
goodness.
Shake my head.
Anyway,
yeah.
where'd the mutant go?
The
Yeah.
mutant go.
So what I was trying to get at earlier was that yeah, what Emily said was actually very much true. A lot of the time, Jay would say to me, for example, "Oh, this is a month ago. I'm, this video doesn't stand anymore. It's been a month. This is what I'm embarrassed of that now. This is the new thing." And for the most part, that didn't really happen to me during the run of the Mutant Girl, the first half of the first season, because mostly I feel like the visuals kind of stayed the same. But that was because as after episode 5, before episode 6, was when Jay first introduced me to Not Your Average Girl by Midori Stories. And that was the first time I saw stock anime footage, which is why it comes up in this video a lot. And also I started thinking like, oh wow, there's like a few things here. There's like people in the background, there's other extra details, the things actually move. I gotta step up my game here. So this was the first time that I actively made like a conscious decision to try and improve visually to whichever extent I could. And also, for a time, up until the end of 2019, I thought that this was probably the visual peak of the series. That's the one that I seem to get most, which, again, I just wanted to preface that was my mentality for a few months after this video came out, so that when you're presented with it, hopefully you understand where the cringe comes from. So without further ado,
We love
on
cringe.
with the
Sam.
review.
Last time. That sounded forced. Come on. Why are you in a bad mood?
You wouldn't get it. I am the spirit of tofu.
Already none of this
I
is
will
cropped
answer
correctly.
The questions 3.
Oh yeah, this is before I knew how to do color correction in Vegas, so I would just put an orange generated box, fade down the opacity, as like, there we go, the screen is orange now.
Oh no, don't worry, Jacob. I used to do the same thing. We all
Hearing
have
the old,
eventually.
Mm-hmm.
hearing
Oh,
the old
yeah.
voice actor is so trippy.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is one of the
Well,
first
well,
times when-
Shorty still voices Reina in this case.
Yeah,
but
very...
like it's a different quality and a slightly different sort of tone.
Oh yeah, because well, I mean, this was the one episode where the reviews of Tell Me the Bad Boy changed a lot of things, including including it seems Shorty's core personality in an interesting way, because that's when she started becoming the Shorty that we know today, rather than the person that she was at the time, which was very shy and reserved and only ever spoke whenever she had a line to deliver. Because this is when I used to do like recording sessions in person. Not in person, but like on call. So I would be directing all the VAs at once, at least the ones who were available at the time. Yeah, that was everyone was, like that people would talk over each other. I would cut that out because I had the way to separate the tracks, thanks to DJ Savix. Then there's also but then people would laugh and such. We just talk about things, and then but we go through the script in order. And you'd be forgiven for thinking that Shorty was just not there the whole time. because until it came to the time that her character spoke, until Reina had a line, there was nothing on that time bar whatsoever.
Mm.
So very different to today. But yeah, very much glad that she'll be able to come out of her shell. And again, last year was able to very much redeem herself in her own eyes for performance in that way.
Well, it looks like we have a thespian group now.
Okay,
You have a
then
lesbian
everyone
group.
finish your snack.
Yeah, I was about
That's-
to say, did he just say lesbian?
He said thespian.
Yeah, no, I just like make the joke because it sounds similar. It's like lesbian. We have a lesbian group now. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Ew.
That's reminds me of this. There's a line in a show called Derry Girls where they say a real life Leslie walks amongst us.
Am I the
So still-
lesbian?
In this context, yes. In the context of Derry Girls, no.
Got my torture.
All
to
I
go
could think
through.
of that is that one vine of the guy going, "Let's go, lesbians! Let's go!"
Okay.
Oh my god!
Yeah, this was edited by Jay. One day I just kind of, you know how sometimes I say that I get like people randomly will make stuff for
This was one of the first
series or
major
for the channel.
instances.
Yeah, so one day Jay just said, "Hey, I made a new intro." Okay.
Okay, why is everyone falling?
Just artistic liberties.
I mean, to be fair, intros could easily take artistic liberties.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, as far as gacha intros go, this was actually fairly different.
I still
'Cause again,
somewhat
this is one of the
prefer the
only shows.
original,
This was the
though.
only show that had actual voice actor credits to give at the time, apart from Sapphire Wings.
Which is gonna kind of suck though when it comes to the Kamai intro because like we can't do actor credits. Oh no, what are we gonna do, KW? How are we gonna fill it? How are we gonna fill the space, KW? How are we gonna fill the space?
Well,
What-
I can offer a suggestion because again, in Not Yours God by Midori Stories, there was also an intro with the characters in it, which is one of the similarities that Jay pointed out. But it was because that wasn't a voice acted series. It was just the character's name. So you would have, I think it was Mia was the main character, Gurmi, Chico, whoever it could be. But they didn't say like they're just playing themselves. That's who they were.
I think Liongate went the same route with its credit intro sequence.
Yeah. So
Like, I hate Liongate very much, but I gotta give it that.
I mean,
At least until they ruined it by
changes.
glitching them out and trying to like add like character profiles or something to next to them.
I mean,
when,
the intro changed a lot, but honestly, I think Lionsgate's intro is probably some of the more solid aspects of Lionsgate.
Oh yeah, the Liongate
Well-
intros are works of art, but everything else is fiery hot garbage.
The creator of Lionsgate gives me vibes of someone who doesn't know how to write a story, but knows how to do visuals, which kind of sucks. But you
classify characters falling asleep. Those would classify characters without eyes as an issue. I'm going to guess that what Bon is referring to here is without default eyes, just missed out on a word because the eyeless.
no,
freak,
without
yeah.
eyeless freaks. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
I think about the actual
eyeless
stream. The
freaks.
concept of
Listen,
eyes.
Listen. Okay, I'm gonna say this again. If the style is consistent, then it's fine. If the style is inconsistent, then it's not fine. Again, going back to the Aphmau series, Heartpoint, all the background characters were like these white amorphous blobs that didn't really have any real shape or something. I think some of them may have had like some pixels on top to emulate hair. But yeah, and it works because all those characters were meant to be background characters. And it was consistent within every single characters.
Also,
as long-
Heartthorn was kind of modeled off of like a
Yeah.
a visual
game.
novel.
Yeah.
So
As long as
Yeah.
the visual style is consistent, it's fine. That's why Rosie Closey, the background characters not having eyes, works because if they're not meant to be focused on or anything like that, they don't have eyes. As long as it stays somewhat consistent, it's chill. I don't know why Jacob has a problem with it because he thinks it's. I don't know. Again, I think it's just
because
artistic.
it raises a lot of implications in the context of an intro. Is where I don't mind because
Yeah, no, as long as
the idea of making a
visuals-
realistic intro either be clips from the show, which is also valid, or the characters actively posing in front of the camera or something. technically speaking, you could do like a school picture day thing, except for the fact that some of the characters aren't.
I mean,
end
the
of
Moon
school,
Girl
so it
season
wouldn't
3
make sense
intro, I
that
think,
way.
did that. No, wait, it's the Moon Girl season 3 outro did that. Not outro, end card.
Yeah, well, okay, that's one end card and one image of everyone. Yeah, again, that's
Like-
different. But you have to like say like, oh yeah, okay, so all right, thank you, Terry. Just pose in front of the camera, and there we go. We'll put your name and the name of your voice actor. My what? Anyway, next person.
But yeah, no, for me though, as long as the style is inherently inconsistent, like as long as they pick a style and keep it consistent, the only time it becomes, in my opinion, a problem is when the style itself is inconsistent. Like, yeah, I'll use style half the time, but other half the time I'll completely ignore that style and do a different style or just not have it be stylized at all. Again, also it comes to character designs. If you have half the cast have like colored outlines that are like super dark but still the same color as whatever part of the body it is, or you have it in that, but some characters have like super light outlines, and some of them have solid black outlines. Some of them have noses, some of them don't have noses. Half the cast has the same colored eye, the same.
This
colored
seems
eye and
oddly
shape of
specific since we
eyes.
brought up Clamai earlier.
Yeah. Well, no, but like I'm actually bringing this up just in general when it comes to the series and like Gotcha in general. If the art style doesn't remain consistent, then it becomes the ultimate problem because then it's like, okay, but it's meant to be the same series. Why does everyone look like they're from a different show? The only time it's acceptable is if it's a case like Gumball, where the form of visual the visual style
it's
is inconsistent on purpose. Everyone looks different. It would become a problem in Gumball if half the characters suddenly became in a consistent art style and the other half didn't. Then it would become a problem. But since they're all relatively inconsistent and all wacky and weird, that ends up being consistent. It's just the fact that when like part of it's consistent but the other part isn't consistent, it's like, okay, this makes no sense. Or like several clashing styles. Unless said clashing styles is a part of the story. Like take a multiverse story, for example. Say there's a black and white world, and the black and white characters
like
going to
the
a world
Spider-Verse,
of
for
color.
example. Yeah.
And then it's like, oh my god, they're still black and white, but that's their style. Or in Spider-Verse, again, it has a wacky style, but if they suddenly drop the frame rate stuff, like the lower frame rate action stuff and shots constantly and like pick them up, it would make it inconsistent and not work. But since it keeps it up consistently, it works. It depends.
All right then.
Visual coherency matters. As long as everything's coherent, it works. If it's no longer coherent, then it never works. Then it won't ever work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they do pose. There you go. Oh, like Kai's in over the chair though.
Oh god, Mrs. Dinosaur! Oh, what happened to you?
Where is the blue of Raina's tail? Where did it go?
This is you know how I say before that sometimes it's like why I question why people decide to redesign characters if they're trying to emulate something that's already been established by a different person. Yeah, this is kind of the first example that I ran into of that because I mean I designed these characters with Jay anyway. Like he was kind of offering like commentary supervision, and I was doing the compromise because I didn't want them to have like
Oh, these character designs are all kinds of messed up. I mean, their eye shapes are different, but here's the thing: Reina's eyes are blue in this, and they're purple in the show.
Her hair's also like well, when his tail's different and when his skirt is too short. Kylie's eyes have changed.
Yeah, they're brown now. That's
colors and shape. Actually, I was just processing.
Yeah, no,
Pop's hair has grown bloody inches.
Yeah, Julius's eyes changed shape too,
and color. Those aren't. That's not his eye color.
Yeah, no, his eyes are a bit of a darker brown.
Yeah, his eyes are brown. They're yellow.
But yeah, Raina's eyes seem like they have fused with her glasses, a la Steve Smith from American Dad.
Ooh.
Also, what's throwing me off about Raina's outfit in this intro is it feels very reminiscent of her original outfit in episode 1, but the colors are all weird.
Well, these of course were based on all of their original outfits, but just again warped in some other way. Jay had very specific colors that he tried to avoid, and maybe that includes some of the ones from the. I don't know, nor will I ever find out.
I mean, they look like the original outfits, but the colors are off. Basically, the colors are off in like the way they look.
Some people are gonna recognize this part because they just saw the remake.
Yeah, reuse footage.
Yeah. This was actually reused footage from the original because that video that I sampled that from no longer exists. Also, speaking of reuse stuff, that's the water. That's the waves.
I hate how the star isn't being covered by the water. It's a
Well,
star.
it's because it's like going underneath it. I mean, technically speaking, you should be able to see like how it like curves, or at least like has like a little bit of a ripple to it. I can say the same thing about Sebastian's foot in the remake, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Oh, so I'd like to point out something.
Yeah.
What about pigeons instead of seagulls?
Ah, yes, we love our beach pigeons.
Yeah. Again, we'll never know because.
Pigeons.
Again, we'll never know. I'm pretty sure this video no longer exists either, or the original background.
Wow, this place has seen better days.
It's losing popularity.
But yeah, like at the time, you could imagine, like, but when people first saw this, it was like, "Whoa, the background moves!" Like, truly, we have reached a new level here, everyone.
I don't know. These
Also, this is something. Also, this is something in the remake I really like. Rowena's skirt, I'm pretty sure, is adjusted slightly since you could do that in Gacha Life 2 now.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
To make it
It's
even
adjusted.
longer to like make it work better with her tail. and
In
the way
fact,
her
while I
design is.
was editing the poses, I actually adjusted several times to compensate for each pose that she was in because, again, most of the scene where she had to move in some way was down to me. Apart from the ones that you did, but most of the time she was standing in those, so it didn't really matter too much.
Different birds, different background, different intro, same mundane voice acting.
Well, the mundane in a different way. Bon is referencing the fact that they weren't very impressed by Matt Adams in the remake, which I can understand. He sort of does have he sort of speaks like he's always like he's presenting a children's TV show.
He's always chipper.
Dang it, Bond, why'd you have to use mundane?
His
Because now all I'm just
audio
thinking that,
quality.
am I a mundane or am I a shadow
His
hunter?
quality. His,
Oh my god.
volume was a
KW,
lot
forget
louder
about
than
Shadow
the runners.
Hunters.
I found that when I was
KW.
editing.
Meanwhile, I keep looking at Sebastian's soulless eyes.
Yeah,
Yep. A side effect to the fact that this was entirely green screened, and I would not learn how to mask his eyes for another 4 years. 3, actually.
Mrs. Dysart's not in this episode, but you saw in the intro how her eyes are green.
Wonderful.
You know, fun fact: Mrs. Dysart's eyes were initially green, but when we switched over to
Ew.
Gacha Club, they switched to like this like blue look because Jacob took a screenshot from when she was being green screened, which made her eyes
Yeah,
look
that was
blue.
they were
So-
they were originally the same turquoise that Sebastian's stripes are supposed to be. Once again, that's the thing. That also happened a lot to Zack and Fallen Angels. Any of the scenes that I actually green screen Zack for would have
Now you have a
problem
fix
everything
for it,
moved.
though. Now you have a
Exactly.
fix for it.
Exactly. Now I have a fix. You see, this is the process. See, I thought that I peaked in 2019. Clearly, I am so glad
I
that I was
mean,
mistaken.
here's the thing. I think we all always have like somewhere to improve in some regard.
Oh
You know.
yeah.
I'm so mad that there are beach pigeons.
Don't worry.
Me,
Since
I
this
keep thinking
episode
alive.
came out, that means I mean,
I'm
well,
so
technically,
upset.
we could ignore this episode and just watch the remake instead, which is what I tend to do when remakes come out. I just ignore the
I
originals.
love the beach pigeons.
I mean, I prefer that because the remake is monetized and this one isn't because it got a copyright claim.
Yeah. Oh, also, did
Emily-
you ever put the remake in the playlist?
Emily,
Not yet, because I was busy making the credits and then promoting it. I'll do that
Right.
after the stream finishes.
Yeah.
like Emily, you can like the beach pigeons all you want, but that doesn't solve the problem of them being incorrect for the background that they're placed on.
I don't know, migration, climate change.
Climate change. You know what? It's explained. Climate change is the reason why we have these beach pigeons, guys.
Yes, these pigeons have been driven to their native homes on the beach.
The beach of Florida. Somehow they flew all the way to freaking Florida, of all things.
Yep.
Like, there are pigeons in Florida, but they're a different color than these pigeons, which are clearly New York Eastern pigeons.
Aiden, I love how you learned the type of pigeon. What, you Brennan Lee Mulligan all of a sudden?
Yes.
No, actually,
Also-
I just know a lot about birds.
Fair enough. Also, Aiden, you forget this is Florida. You're not supposed to ask questions. If a talking cat shows up, just roll with it.
That's not how any of this works.
It's real what issues of fixture
Is this
inconsistency.
what you
Yeah.
Brits think?
Well,
news
I
is?
mean,
Is this
technically the
what
pigeons weren't in the
Americans like?
script, therefore the pigeons aren't canon.
Oh my goodness. The background isn't canon, everyone.
Listen, if it's not in the script, it's not canon, guys.
Not canon.
Oh my goodness.
Next
Yeah,
time you
yeah,
tell me
that's
some
like-
stupid headcanon that you say is canon, I'm pointing you to this stream.
Okay, do I have a lot of canon? Wait, what do I have? Do I have any interesting headcanons? I don't think I do.
Do you have a headcanon for Klamaya?
Kamai headcanon, Fiona. I don't actually know. I don't have any specific headcanons to Kamai. Honestly, all you have to do is talk to you about making any headcanon or any idea of canon, and you can decide if you want it to be canon or not. I'm gonna be honest.
That's
I'm
my
gonna
fellow
be-
co-editor. That's my co-editor. Good boy, co-editor.
Mhm.
I'm just like, hey, do you want to make this fat cannon? Sure.
It's canon now.
Oh my.
Why we don't come here so often?
Wait, so because it's losing people, it's going to lose more people? What sense does that make?
Bro, if there's one thing I know a lot about, it's mob mentality.
There's this particular beach that my family goes to every single year, and
Called
sometimes it would be well, no, not that one. Sometimes there would be sometimes it would be like it's the second longest beach in Europe, I think. So again, it looks empty no matter what, but you can tell when there's just literally no one there because you see the whole thing. So it's interesting where it can become like the talk of people for a while and then suddenly not so much. Then again, I later realized that we started to go there much earlier in the year. So, well, not much earlier, like a month earlier in the year. And it's like, oh, that's probably why.
Why are the beach pigeons making seagull noises?
Yeah. Also, it's a good excuse not to include extras in this scene again, because at the time, because with limited Gacha Life slots that there were, I didn't want to design a bunch of characters that I would then have to remake and export every single time. So I made excuse all the time to not have extras.
When did you get so sarcastic? I told you we needed to come back here. Right. I need to scratch my legs. Come on.
Another failed cropped background. Great.
They also. Wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I liked to have the characters walk out of frame a lot at this point, and to do so in a wide shot, because again, it was one of the things that you couldn't do in the actual Gacha app, so it proved to people that I was editing, that I was doing stuff in post-production.
Like, Jacob, they didn't even walk into frame, they teleported in and then walked off the side.
Yeah, it just makes it even worse. It's like, yeah, don't try to show off editing, otherwise this happens. Honestly, most of the editing that ends up going into Gacha videos I do nowadays tends to be stuff that is for background purposes that you're supposed to not notice. And if you do notice it, that's the issue. I think that's the main takeaway I got from people like Kaiser Neko, for example. In terms of the philosophy of editing, if you don't notice that something has been edited, you've done your job.
Meanwhile, Sebastian. Oh no. Your eyes.
This is an actual background in Gacha Life. So his eyes, they go that way. Nope. And they just completely shift frame. I don't know why that happened. Normally, I would just have changed the background behind them so they'd be in the same position. That's one of the only effects that I could do at the time. And and I start them, keyframe them somewhere else, they would always end up in the destination properly. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I clicked somewhere else at one point, and that's what
And if you ever misclick and reposition the characters, you know what you do with the power of angles, fallen angles.
Yeah, it's very surprising, that I didn't do as many camera angles as I thought I did back in the day. I did a few of them, but not as many. And that was one of the things I thought distinguished me at the time. Again, another editing thing because everyone was doing landscape stuff.
I'm also going to say this. I like this change in perspective we have here.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a bird's eye view just because of the backgrounds. Nothing
else
has changed.
That Moana's meant to be on her phone when you literally can barely see her phone because of her hair.
Yeah, well, hey, Gacha Life 2's got a fix for that. You discovered pose layers a couple days ago, and that's
I did.
Definitely,
I was so excited.
Yeah, I could tell. By the way, you see how his stripes have gone back to being turquoise now? Same thing happened with Mr. Dysart's eyes and Zach's jacket.
Also, Moana's tail is also the appropriate color of blue now.
Yeah. Also, I found out sometime before I discovered masking that if I just took the green background that is above this one in the color palette, then honestly, the issue is either very minimal or adjustable. So that was no longer a problem either. So if people don't know how to do masking, and you have this problem with this turquoise, pick the green that's above the pure green. Assuming, and if using Gacha Life 1, like I was at this point, why? It's 2024, move on.
Am I that pointy that you have to reply to the text now?
Yep.
Hey.
Well, it's not my fault.
There we go, couple angles.
Worked since we started walking.
Yeah. I guess my mom and dad love to dominate the conversation. When we came here as kids, but you're right. I asked to do this so we can catch up. I want to know what's going on in your life.
God, even when I was directing in person, I still, for some reason, did not get the takes that I was looking for there. Because there's a couple of those parts and lines was like, you did not interpret that in the way it was supposed to be, and I should have pointed that out.
I want to know what's going on with your life. Well...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's going to give, like, a brief overview. Just, to solidify one of my worst nightmares. Being stuck in small talk with somebody, trying to update about your life with nowhere to go because it's an open area.
I meant the awkward line delivery.
Okay.
The usual horrified looks and bullies keep emerging. Class is alright, but nothing really happens in those. Except for in English class.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Every time there was a paragraph, Natasha would try and speed through it. Which again, not a requirement because
you could have just cut up the thing if you need to take like maybe a 30-second break after saying a lot, or or wanted to read them. Parts would have been so easy.
If there's one thing that I could do relatively well in 2019 was audio editing, because that was kind of a requirement because everyone would talk over each other and all of that nonsense I said before. So yeah, I've been using Audacity for a long time at that point because from the songs, so I was used to doing that way.
Mrs. Dysart is a riot.
Wait.
I still use Audacity today.
She hates all women with blue hair that dresses in a kimono.
Yes, that's her. How do you know her?
She used to teach me at my old school. What are the odds?
The fates must have decreed it like this. Gosh, I'm starting to sound like Julius.
Julius? That's one of your new friends, right?
Yeah, he's amazing. He thinks he's funny as well. But most of his jokes are terrible.
He
His
thinks
smile is contagious, though.
Yeah, again, Julius was not supposed to be. He was supposed to be unfunny and therefore funny. It's one of the people he legitimately believes that he is the class clown. Most other people find him to be. He is essentially the stereotype of a dad joke, but in a 13-year-old boy.
Which is great.
And he does make me giggle when he annoys Reina.
Interesting. What about Reina then?
She's more serious and a bit of a drama queen sometimes. She's the one who stands up to all the bullies.
I think at this point, I was gonna say someone might have commented this, or I got a request or something. I don't know what it was, but I think at this point it was like I need to detail what Raina and Judas are about. Maybe it was something that Jay Natasha might have said potentially. It's like I need to detail what they're about because they're not just the the supportive friends who
I
come
mean,
in every now and then or was there at the intro and haven't actually done too much in the grand scheme of things since the first 3 episodes.
well, actually, I would argue that the real problem with Raina and Julius starting episode 6 onwards, because at a certain point in the season, they kind of just run out of things to do. Like, if you look at
That's what I
season
just
1,
said.
yeah. Well, you said after episode 1, 2, 3. I would say after episode 5, both of them have nothing to do besides falling
Well,
into
yeah, episode 5, Raina had the presentation.
Yeah.
That was the outlier in that regard. Julius cracked jokes about that as well.
Which they ultimately fall into a trope I don't personally like when it comes to some media being, hi, we're the supportive friends of the main character. Do we have arcs or development? Yeah, I know. Do we have arcs or development? No. It doesn't matter because we're useless until the plot demands us be useful. Again, like certain shows fall into this trope. Like one of the more recent shows I'm going to point out that does, Korra falls in this trope hard. Mostly talking about characters like Asami, Bolin, and Mako. They, in most storylines through post season 1 especially, have like 0 plot relevance most of the time and are just kind of there to support Korra. Like, what's Asami's motives in book 3? I'm Korra's friend. I'm here to support her. Like, okay, that's all. And like, she does nothing in book 4, etc. Like, and she's just, I am a supportive friend. Hello, Korra.
She's away from most of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but like when she is irrelevant, it's just, I am supportive friend. It's like, okay. Like, she only gets a handful of scenes where she actually gets to do something with her father in book 4, for example. So in many aspects, the supportive friend trope, I'm personally not a fan of. Like, come on, give them an arc, give them something to do, give them interest, give them plot, please.
Like, I can understand why a writer would make that decision if we want the story to focus on the main character as our POV. The other characters might be sidelined in the process of giving the main character the more compelling arc.
Yeah, so where I was going with mentioning this was not necessarily saying like, oh yeah, this is gonna set up, like the whole different arc for them. That came in season 2, and
yeah,
is where most people have their problems with them. But for this part, I would say, okay, this story is very much focused on the mutant girl herself at this point.
And
so she's gonna have the friend group, but they're not just gonna be generic support. What I said, I didn't give them necessarily too much plot, but what I did try and give them was character, and that was what I was trying to emphasize here. Arguably unnecessarily, because when they actually do show up, literally the scene later, you can still tell what their dynamic is about anyway, even if they only show up for a couple of for a couple of minutes, not even that, like 30 seconds. Honestly, this exchange was probably born out of insecurity at this point.
Yeah, but like but like I think it's good when stories have a huge focus on the main character, but I also think the side characters also need something to do and need some relevance and something going on with them, because sometimes it makes the side characters seem superfluous, and sometimes, especially when we're talking about multi-season shows or shows that kind of have an extra long season, at a certain point you just kind of run out of stuff for like the side cast to do, or like the quote-unquote other major characters, or like
going back to Korra, that's a perfect example, because after the 12 episodes they originally commissioned for, I'm fairly certain the writers didn't necessarily know.
Even going back to the way that Korra was structured, like season 4, for example, Bolin in like the first 5 episodes was working for Kavira, not realizing she's crazy. Then they're on the run for an episode, disappear for like 2 episodes, come back and like have like a mini storyline of Opal, and then after like episode 9, Bolin no longer has any arc or any like relevance to the story after that point, and it's just kind of like, okay, what now? he does nothing for the rest of the season. And like same with like Asami at certain points. Like Asami exits and enters the season a lot. Mako isn't relevant.
So again, to bring this back,
Yeah.
just so we don't go too off the rails, again, I bring up Korra because that was one thing that was not intended to be a multi-season show, and therefore has those character inconsistencies or trying to figure out what to do with them.
Yeah.
Mutant Girl kind of like had the opposite, where I did figure out something else that I was going to do. It's like, I'm going to teach a life lesson based on one of my pet peeves with these two, and that's going to be season 2. And everyone hated it. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get there.
Okay, to be fair, it was flawed execution, but the idea wasn't bad. It's just the execution was the problem with season 2.
Okay, so Emily says I have to stop talking about getting here because he needs sleep. All right, fair enough. But yeah, at this point, at this point, I was in the same boat as the Rise of Korra. I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to continue this series. It very much could have been 10 episodes, and that was it. I think it was after. It was after this episode specifically.
The final episode, though.
Yes, I mentioned that before. It was after this episode specifically, I think, that Shiny came to me with the idea for the camping trip, and then we started brainstorming, and then we had the and then it became the outline for season 2. So when this was written, it was like, okay, this very much could be like a one and done thing. So I'm not going. So if I don't have something for these characters yet, I'll just give them the personality that they deserve, and then move on to the next project. When it became clear that we were going to continue, it was like, okay, let's give them something to do. Here we go. Boys versus girls deconstruction. There you are.
I will say that the early episodes of The Mutant Girl, especially the first season, feels more like a proof of concept.
I mean, effectively, that's technically what The Mutant Girl was.
That's most first seasons of most shows, if anything. They're always the experimental ones.
Like, hey, the first season of Monster Compendium is probably going to be awful, and I'll probably
I don't think it will. I mean, for what I've seen, and for the ideas I heard from Monster Compendium, it sounds actually brilliant, and honestly, it sounds like the kind of shows I like in general in my spare time. Again, much like stuff like Fallen Angels, I tend to like supernatural dramas where it's like there's supernatural elements, but they're also everyday elements, and it's like a supernatural themed drama with a lot of stuff going on. And Monster Compendium's even more down that vein. You have like a status quo episodic villain, drama, lore. Okay. I love all of that.
That's enough about that. Cycling back to The Mutant Girl, that so falls into the same vein as that, but it feels more low key, and I enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was very much. I think this is definitely the most low key season of the show.
The most high key so far in writing wise.
It's very slice of life.
Season 2 is the most high key. Season 3 is like a middle ground between season
3 is
season 1 and season 3 and 2.
Season 3 is the aftermath and the evolution. That they start really growing up because they're going to high school.
Honestly, season 3 gives me vibes of the ideal season 1 for me. Like with some of the characters, like the way it's written and structured, it gives like the ideal season 1 with like the overarching storyline that we're going to get into season 3 eventually.
Potentially, I mean,
and the overarching arcs of the
characters are realizing about themselves and who they want to be. Sort of would come around the age they would be in season 3 anyway. They wouldn't necessarily have the self-awareness to go through that. So unintentionally, with the ages that they are, it kind of works in a sense.
Yeah, I wish some of that more was.
I don't know how she has a pulverized.
Like having the characters kind of start to do a direction of where their character is going to go. Okay, so even with shows that only last a season, it's best that you start the character on a certain direction, if that makes any sense arc-wise. Like have all their arcs kind of follow a similar.
If these episodes weren't like on average less than 10 minutes long each, I might have considered that. Again, because of how Gacha series were and that I didn't know whether I was going to continue. If I knew I was going to continue, by all means, I'd set stuff up and take my time with that. That's how season 2 came together, by setting things up, taking my time to deliver the payoff for them, and season 3 as well, obviously. But at this point, it was like, okay, this will be the slice of life proof of concept, like Ghosty said, and then you know, and subverting a bunch of the tropes people were expecting to see, and that was the MO.
Because with certain people, they have to be best friends. Otherwise, they destroy each other. Trust me. They've probably got so much shit on each other they could never separate.
Yeah, I don't like that line read because it's super slow and like kind of feels like you're trying to get through it and like word garble.
Yeah, Matt Adams does have advantages too.
Phew, it's definitely starting to get warmer.
Personally, I don't feel very hot right now.
Also,
If anything, I feel-
unintentional future reference, orange cards, fire affinity. We didn't know Shorty was a pyro at that time. But unintentional.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
We didn't find
Find
out
that
Shorty
out.
was a pyro to like the Taming the Bad Boy reviews, and we start to learn all that.
Yeah, that's true.
We actually got to learn stuff about Shorty on an individual level, and not a.
Yeah,
Not
Julius's
just a-
cards, of course, very deliberate because that's the reason.
Yeah,
they
but
gave
I
it
think
in
the way
first
we
place,
portray
for
the neutral cards in the present day are more of a white instead of a gray.
Right.
As we can
Oh
see
yeah,
here.
but yeah, of course, you know the manufacturers eventually you know had a redesign, so the new editions have a slightly different look and feel to them.
I like it. I hate when manufacturers
That is
do
how you
that.
come up with an idea to justify an error, which makes perfect sense.
Also, I like Raina's outfit in this time period, though. Like Raina's outfit during this time period is actually really good. Like,
Yeah.
I like the way the skirt looks with the jacket, long jacket, and like the stripes look really good. And like, I don't know, a lot of her outfit comes together really well. Like, I like it more than her first outfit we got in episode 1.
Interesting how you know the first time that the new intro appears with the outfit based on the first episode is the one where Raina pivots, but yeah.
If you say neutral one more time.
Indifferent to the weather.
OG Julius
I know
is
you do.
king. Although I love Phantom. Phantom's great. His voice is great, but like nothing beats
Yeah,
OG
speaking of advantages
Julius.
disadvantages, yeah.
Nothing beats OG Julius, unfortunately, sadly, but you know.
OG Julius also had the advantage of again having been here for like being directed in person for every appearance that he's had.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
that
to be
does
fair,
help with
also OG Julius as well, like a lot of his character was really built up and developed as time went on because of the voice actor. I think a lot of like the lines and like were strafed after him at a certain point, right?
some of the Spanish references were, but not really that much else.
I like the comedic bits were enhanced more. I'm pretty sure as time went on.
That was always his character. That's what Morwenna
Wow.
just explained. That's why I was
Sorry.
insecure about it. Ah!
Insecure. Listen, Julius is funny in his own right. Oh, also, Prism is
you.
here. Hello, Prism. Yes, it's been 5 years. I feel
Yeah.
old. I feel old, Prism.
You weren't
I-
even here at the start of the
I've
series.
been here for 4 years. 4 years, Sonny.
Yeah, Fallen Age is almost 4 years old.
Oh God.
Almost, not quite.
Almost. It's gonna be like 4 years old in July, I think. It's like July something.
Yeah. I was gonna say, you know, this is the Fallen Angels, of course, joining the elites of long line shows, but then I realized, yeah, it did that like 2 years ago because the bar was set so low. Also,
I mean, yeah.
you slept through the remake. We released a new episode, and you and you slept through it.
Yes, I am very old, Prism. That makes me sad. Oh,
my.
wait. Also, wait. When is Mrs.
You're
Dicer
older now
making-
than I was when I started the series.
By the way, when is Mrs. Dicer? When's the next remake with Mrs. Dicer? Is she in episode 7?
No.
Oh, darn it! Because Prism just started voicing Mrs. Dysart. So I just was like,
Well,
dang.
we're not, yeah. Well, I mean, even if she were in the next episode, that's not until we don't record this until January usually. So
I know. I'm just excited for that, though. Although, honestly, I think we should start collecting voice lines in December or November. Get extra early.
Yeah, considering the rate, yeah, probably.
Enjoy your freedom, guys. It's the last we're gonna get for a
Oh
while.
my goodness.
Bleh.
That is
I
one
missed-
of the most famous deliveries.
I missed
in
that.
season
I missed
one.
the whole blast things, even though it wasn't in the script, and it was just kind of there because Nasib, or not Nasib, Jay, because Jay, but it's like, oh god, because he did it. It was like I missed that, but it's also like I'm chill with it being gone because I don't think another VA would be able to do it just as justice.
Yeah, again, the difference between directing in person is that you get these bloopers and ad libs and random things that you can introduce them. It's kind of like the new student line that was never in the script either, so that's why I got, yeah. And then BB tried to emulate it and didn't.
Yeah.
Come on, cheer up, Pop. It's only in detention for like a week.
That's the Valley Girl
Like a
threshold right
week.
there.
It's only detention for like a week.
You gotta have like a little bit more like rasp to it, kind of.
Like it's only detention for like a week. Also, by the way, Kylie here is voiced by Natasha, who voices Morwenna, and they sound very distinct from each other, and I like that.
Natasha also voicing Mrs. Dysart, who sounds distinct from every other human alive. So yeah.
Like Natasha was MVP of season 1, even though Nova, in my opinion, is the better Morwenna voice actor overall.
Yeah, Natasha was also Granny Marwick.
Yeah,
which now that I think about it, yeah, next year we're gonna have to recast Granny.
Well, yeah, we
Marwick.
talked about this we talked about this on the stream, and I said I wanted to voice Granny Marwick because I can do old lady voice. I did.
Yes, but can you sound distinct to Miss Littlewit? I think Miss Littlewit was originally your attempt at being like Granny Marwick without having to.
Maybe I just know when we were writing the old teacher, I started doing that voice when we were doing the script, and then we're like, okay, we're rolling with this for the voice. And then everyone
Not
loved
hating
her.
gatekeeping Granny Marwick. Yeah,
I love Granny Marwick. Okay,
I had to borrow him from doing that. He claimed the main role in the musical Gotcha series that became a stage play. So
well, listen, okay, listen, okay, I'm the VA that won't quit. Everyone else, people come and go. I ain't the VA that will quit. You'll never have.
I just mean because at the time you weren't like that comfortable with singing, but you still want to be the main character in the music.
Listen, I'll listen. Regardless, I'm willing to learn and I'm willing to work on it.
That is fair.
Yes,
I think
I
it was
do.
also after Wings, so you had done some singing at that point.
Yeah.
Wings.
Even Emily in the chat started saying Wings in the.
Okay. Also, by the way, Prism, we're going to watch the remake on this stream. So I still recommend watching the video, even because we're going to be pausing a lot during it. And I want you to get views. I want it to get views, not you get. Well, you're not getting views from it. I want you to give it views. Give us views, Prism.
Look, I have faith that Prism is going to watch it anyway. Of all people, Prism is a dedicated music fan, which is how we originally entered. But they got in contact because you left a comment on a video just me talking about the Mutant Girl itself, just as a proof of concept for a class I was doing at university. That video was meant for the university class, and then just published it, and then Prism left a very heartfelt comment about the Mutant Girls, like, oh, this person's like, I've never heard from you before. I'm so glad that this that this show has reached you to this degree. Let's see what you're doing. And then it turns out that was my favorite show. That became my favorite gacha show. Oh my goodness. So yeah, again, it's pure coincidence, but again, point is, I trust that Prism will be inclined to watch the remake anyway.
An eternity for the likes.
The only one who got away scot-free was Marwick.
Oh, he put in the effort and actually did something. So
This was me trying to do quotes in Gacha Life because you couldn't move the hands yet.
why would he be with his friends? We're
Also,
nothing to
scene
him
completely
anymore.
ripped off from Witch.
That stuntman was clever. I ought to punch him.
I mean, a loving homage to a series I grew up with and very much appreciate.
In the jaw.
No need for that.
Huh?
He's made his choice. He's flown the nest now.
this is the first time I ever used the pop leitmotif. This is when I found that piece of music, and this is the actual implementation. So again, I put it retroactively in all the remakes, but this was its debut.
It's only right that we give him a little farewell present. What do you guys think of a watch?
Oh yeah, and then Poseidon gets
So
tired of pop and then decides to drown her away. Again, that transition always catches people off guard, and it's like, yeah, this was definitely not a good idea.
Your gang are the issue right now?
Mostly, I've had other comments from pretty much everyone else, but that group is the worst.
You don't seem too upset about it. What's the smile for?
We did a press.
It seems so awkward to hear, just scenes because of the fact that I don't have like background sounds yet, like no like waves or anything. And the music, and I couldn't find a music for this, but it's like it's just the pure silence. Like, I know this was a thing in 2019 where there's a lot of silent videos or had copyrighted music, but oh my goodness.
Presentation recently in English class, and
At least it's
she did
silent,
none of the
which is better than the violin covers of popular music.
Yep.
I'm guessing she got punished for that.
I wasn't there to see it, but I'd love to have seen the look
Thank
on
goodness
her
music.
Barbie play.
Oh yeah, this is the track that got this track that got copyrighted. I think it's specifically the region that was just on its own, so I'll probably mute it then. But yeah, chances this video's not gonna get monetized ever.
Plastic makeup face.
Oh yeah, Barbie Plastic Makeup Face was actually another line that was added by Natasha because she wasn't a fan of Makeup Caked Face. Said that was like too generic. It was like, okay, well, go ahead and invent something else. What do the kids say? And apparently that is what the kids said. So I left it in.
Be careful. When you go back to school, she'll probably want revenge on you somehow.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of the Pop's like revenge plan, like that whole thing up until episode 8 part 2 is just blatantly ripped off from an arc from Witch. Like, if I ever do the videos I promised, like analyzing that series, you'll see exactly where everything came from. And they walk off frame again.
Here we are.
Like, yeah. Sounds like I sang Wish. Yes, I predicted Disney's Wish 4 years before it came out. They put this episode into ChatGPT, scribbled it around a bit, added some Disney tropes, and that was the movie.
Wow, it's still as huge as I remembered it.
Oh yeah, this was the thing. I couldn't find. There wasn't a peer background of any kind, and I did not know how to. I actually know how to import backgrounds because again, moving backgrounds. I didn't know about free pick yet, so none of the peers I thought would work. And yeah, wouldn't it be terrible to have a live action gacha background, even though that is an aesthetic that I actually would grow to appreciate sometime later? So what did I do? I was inspired by a book I read for A-level and said the pilgrimage was actually for this random pirate ship instead. And it's even though the episode is called Gosling Pier, we don't actually see the pier. And I called the remake Beach episode because I thought it was like a better title because I love beach episodes. Because Gosling Pier doesn't mean anything to anyone. So I guess that means that the episode titled Gosling Pier does not feature Gosling Pier. The one that doesn't have it in the title anymore. Oh my goodness. Yeah. This is better than Wish. I haven't actually watched Wish. I'm just aping what other people have said.
No, Jacob, save yourself. No, don't. Save yourself.
Okay.
Well,
Save
you
yourself.
haven't grown that much.
Hey, I have.
Oh, bye, Ghosty.
Yeah, still not happening. Give it like 5 more years.
Will you shut up?
Hey, 5 years. Guess that's how long it's been. Not this was made in like July or June, but yeah, close enough.
I'll tell you something that's changed though. Remember what you used to do on
5 years you still can't reach, says Emily in private chat. Disney censored her. Yeah. No protagonist above 4'9". Actually, wait, I think she was 4'8". Yeah, she states she's 4'8" in a later episode. Yeah, no protagonist over 4'8".
On the way here.
Yep.
Which I've just realized I've given one his canon height. That means anyone can do pixel measurements and figure out the scale of everything.
Used to take a stick and drag it behind me so I knew.
Also, that's how you do a flashback, right? You do just the green screen transition effect, and then have everyone be completely and utterly still. Have a stick the biggest stick that you can find in the props department, which you can't resize it because it's Gacha Life 1, and there's nowhere for them to move because, oh yeah, you haven't thought of changing the camera angles and following them along as if the camera was moving like you do in every episode now. So yeah, they all just stand here and watch and talk about how they're walking but don't actually do it. Yay! God, this is awful. The visual peak of the series, everyone.
I'm okay. Just I'm okay.
All right. that one really got you.
Like it wouldn't have gotten me until you started drinking. I'm like, oh no, what he's gonna do?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'm fine. Continue.
Not quite. It wasn't just a stick. That thing was at least the size of you.
Yeah, well, allegedly.
It was hilarious to see you so determined to lug basically a tree behind you.
Oh, and that was me trying to emphasize this, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll bring this forward. But when I say to people that they need to pre-render their scenes if they're going to do zoom-ins, I don't normally consider the idea that someone might just straight up forget to enhance the background, because normally they do, but they do it at an inconsistent rate. Yeah, clearly this is an issue too. Hi, this is Sebastian's legs. But yeah, this was my attempt to at least show the scale of that. And also, fun fact, this is a thing that I actually did when I was like 3 or 4. We had this walk to this pier that we would go to for like a family holidays. So wasn't on the super long beach with empty people, but because of that, there were so many houses along those sides. Like, I can't tell where we're gonna be yet, so I'm just gonna pick up the biggest stick that I could find and just drag it along with me so I know from the trail, so I don't have to, ask when we're going to be back. I'll know exactly how far because I'm the only person who's like outlining actual trail, not footprints. That was my logic. And one day my mum said that it basically looked like I was logging a tree behind me because of the size of me. It was one of the things they would talk about, my family would talk about. A lot was like, as a childhood story. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to write what you know is the advice they always give you. And I was talking to my mum about she asked me like how I was doing in the process and whatever, and I was like, okay, well, I'll tell you about this part. I was like, oh yeah, she used to drag a stick to a pier. She's like, no. And she forgot that I guess I put this in. She's watched all the Mutant Girl episodes, but I guess she just forgot this was a plot point. Hansel and Gretel logic. Ah, yes, unlike Hansel and Gretel, I made sure that the tide wasn't going to... I didn't know about tides at the time. I made sure it was far away enough from the waves that it wasn't going to matter. I was on the dry sand portion. My child brain said, this sand is always dry, therefore waves never get this far. I didn't know about tides, but, I filled in the blanks. There you go. Emily says, I used to lug rocks around a beach. That's more Hansel and Gretel. Leave a trail of rocks behind you to follow. The birds aren't going to get to those.
That was before my tail grew, right?
Yep. You then drag
the background changing to the blue again because why? Actually, that's a good question. Why is the background that color now? Because like the rest of the green screen has been filtered out. So why did it just randomly change? It wasn't like that at the start of this scene. I actually have no idea what happened here.
that around instead.
growing up, my family and I took nature walks, and every single time my brother would like run off the trail somewhere, like 2 minutes later, you'd hear a sickening crack. I hope you mean it was a stick. Oh, okay, yes, there we go. It was a massive tree branch, and it chased me around with it. My brother and I also tried to like, to take like tree branches on hikes, but it was not tree branches, but it was mostly like other sticks, but it meant like walking sticks. Gandalf style, of course.
Even though it didn't reach the ground, he used to crouch like this. Ready to head back now?
Yes. Get ready for what was at the time my favorite shot that I'd ever done.
Let's stay for a while longer.
And that was it. I was like, one of the complaints that I had about the gacha backgrounds was the fact that it was very difficult to. They were limited to the time of day, and to some extent, that's still true. There are some backgrounds that do have like different versions of them, like in the morning, evening, and night, but they are few and far between. Mostly because Luname don't make their own images; they're sourced from FreePic, fittingly enough. So this was rare, but then I saw these two back to back, and I was like, I know about this. I can crossfade these and make it look like it's faded to night. And the illumination on everything else, including the boat, is going to be exactly the same. That's not retracting in the slightest. But yeah. And I was like, whoa. I just pulled off a change of seasons. Oh my goodness. And yeah. Again, that was like one of the things was like, check this out, everyone. I'm proud of this edit. I'm proud of this edit of two backgrounds that of exactly this. That's actually sick. I don't know if you mean like the image or the
Where's Ghosty?
Ghosty, I had to go. Something came up.
Oh.
So yeah, Ghosty's actually gone this time. I've just forgotten.
Also, I'm sad. I mean, not sad. I'm confused. Why is there a pirate ship?
Oh, I explained that earlier. I couldn't find a PS made them to be able to take pilgrims to somewhere else. There's a specific book that I read for A-level literature, and the
pirate ship is
characters
stupid.
in that. Yeah, the characters in that sound like a boat. It wasn't a pirate ship. That just happened to be what was in Gacha. Which, now that I think about it, surprisingly few pirate-themed Gacha series.
Pirate Pops!
When this was a possibility.
Pirate Pops.
And also, this was the age of the eye patches. You would think that someone would have decided to make that, or someone who liked eye patches especially, not necessarily me.
Shorty back in the day made it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when all four main characters have them. Yes, for example. Yeah.
We love eye patches here. Eye patches are actually Jacob's favorite thing. Like if you've watched his channel, you would know how much he loves eye patches. Best thing that ever happened to the internet and Gacha as a whole. Eye patches.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and also this is the point where the copyright music has to last on its own. So yeah. I
love coloring. Coloring is my favorite thing to do. Yeah, coloring. Why do we love coloring? Make it red.
Why do we love coloring? I
heart
coloring.
you. Coloring.
I don't like coloring because I don't have the patience for it.
Yeah, I was actually really dejected when this music faded, because I've only used it a couple of times because to me it was always so synonymous with that scene. So it's like, what on earth am I gonna do to replace it? And we'll get back to that.
Hey, by the way, I just thought I'd ask you this. AW, do you want the name to be next to the text, or do you just want the text color to convey who's speaking?
Do you want to leave like for example, for Mandy here? Do you want it to be Mandy : line, or do you want it to just be the text with her associated color of the text and stuff?
I think when they first appear, we should have like the name there and colon, but then after they've been there for a while, we don't need it, if that makes sense.
Cool. Wait.
What?
Angles. I need fallen angles. I can't add the text yet. And
Fallen angles.
What do I say when it comes to angles?
Oh,
Guys!
actually, Aiden, if you want a way to add the text while things are moving, in Alpha Witch Academy, what I do is
Render it separately, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So green background, narrator functioning gacha club, and then type everything out because that already comes with the added that. But then again, I don't know.
In this case, I'm using in video text.
I mean that also works. Wait,
yeah,
wait, no, I mean like
they're on a custom background. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Oh, if they're on a custom background, then it's all post production anyway. So yeah, it should be fine either way. Especially if I like W laugh and chat anymore. Not that you care about my sleep schedule anymore. Good night. All right, good night, Bond. Thanks for.
But I was like, man, you're not making sure I'm awake or anything like that. I'm just going to bed.
Okay.
So it's a person. Don't.
Did you guys just get a text from Marwick?
Yep.
I love that I did like I only added one sound effect for people texting.
Oh my god, did you guys get a test from Marwick?
You're practicing now, aren't you?
I'm inviting us to his birthday party next week. Does this mean we can cancel the operation, Pop?
Pop, what is it?
No cancellation.
Pop,
Terry.
what is it?
Just invite yourself to a group chat.
Yeah, he does that every year.
Yeah, but look who else has been added this time. Get your best party outfits ready, gang. We got a freak show to it.
Okay, so in the original, definitely the fact that we didn't get to see the phone, I feel like it would have been nice if we saw the phone as visual detail or saw who was in it. Because like, yeah, like in the remake that's fixed, but like in the original, it's like I mean,
I actually don't know. Like in my head, if this were done with traditional 2D animation or 3D or even live action, they would have looked at their phones. The camera would be pointing at them with their phones obscured, and you just see their facial reactions. I kept the text in for the remake because Emily had gone through the effort of putting that in, but yeah, to some extent that kind of ruins the idea of implicitly knowing who they're talking about without stating the person's name, because we all know what Pop means when she says we've got a freak show to attend because of the prior episodes to this one. So that's why I think this still kind of works in that way. Unfortunately, the delivery on the line that was going to cement that was very off, and Jay was exceptionally hard to direct. I tried, but I mean, of course, you want that to be like the final things. Like it's like the villain one-liner that you would have. It's like, get your best party outfits ready, gang. We've got a freak show to attend. Something to that effect. So so people know it's like, oh yeah, it's just the word freak show. We know who it is. Kevin! That kind of thing.
Kevin. We left Kevin.
Yes, Emily, we can see this, and we know that the phone thing was your idea. I mentioned that you went through the effort of putting that in. I would never have asked that because, again, in my head, we never see the phones. But since you did that, then yeah. I actually made a mistake in that portion. But again, we shall get back to that. For now, is there anything else after this? I think it's just the end card. I thought Kylie and Toe just standing there going, the whole time. This is why panning shots and like the fade outs and the panning out to the sky like Catface Studios do, especially because the the way that the epidemic sound sourced intro and outro came through was inspired by Catface Studios. That's why I do that nowadays. Having to just stand here forever does not work. Okay, it was just the end card. So, that was the original episode 6. What I thought at one point was the best that I could do. And potentially was at the time. It could be better. And this is why we remake these things. Oh, but my goodness, yeah. How far we've come. All right, well, I guess this would be the time to go to the remakes. However, we're gonna pull a Quinton reviews here, mostly because I have been re-listening to the Nickelodeon saga from Quinton Reviews while editing for the past few days. We're gonna take a leaf out of his book and do a brief intermission. And that intermission is going to be Mutant Girl fan fictions. Hold on. Yeah, so okay, so yeah, Emily just sent me stuff in DMs saying get fanfict. And also this idea came from Emily like a while ago. By a while ago, I mean yesterday. Opening up the Mutant Girl AO3 tab for the first time, so that's a new category, I think. So I guess we're going to we're going to check out not the first Mutant Girl fanfic, but the first one that I've been sent here, because I did clear with Emily. Hey, maybe but are these going to be, you know, fine to read on stream? Because most of the time, the issue with the page looking for doesn't exist. Why does it not exist? I've mistyped the address. The page may have been. I didn't mistype it. I copied and pasted. Okay. Forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah. So there have been other Mutant Girl fanfictions out there. There's one on Wattpad that I think Jay made in like 2020, actually.
I never made a fanfic. Totally. No.
Yeah, I mean, I one of the things I've wanted to do for some time actually is people remember back in the day when during the early days of My Street, when Aphmau and the crew would be in character as the Pacific as the My Street editions of the characters, and would, you know, act out as like short fan fictions that they got sent. Short of actively requesting for the fanfics, because we also tried to coordinate that with Nova or Vicky, because I wanted it to be at least in the first episode. I most of the fanfics that have been made were not intended for that purpose, and so whenever, even if there are enough, which there are, some of them could not be. Yes, exactly. Could not be on this channel. And the other ones will just be too depressing. I mean, I can't imagine, you know, the fanfics that from the Aphmau videos going in some of the directions that some of you lot have taken these characters. But yeah, Emily has promised that at least the second one is going to contain adequate amounts of fluff. So, oh yeah, well, I mean, shipping fanfics I fully expect, but not necessarily like with the reader. Empress X me X Felix.
If I ever wrote a fanfic, I will make Marina smarter.
I mean, okay, fair enough.
Okay, I am sorry. I get it that she was like a minor and a kid and like does one of these and everything. But why would she like, oh yes, you have kidnapped me. I will stay here and let you experiment on me. Because I am actually jealous of my friend Marina.
Because that's kind of how brainwashing works. I'll stand by that. You know, the point of brainwashing is to make people do things that they would not normally agree to do based on the new stimulus that you've like applied to them.
And Jacob, you actually proven a point of reason why I hate shadow hunters. Because
Okay.
Okay, no, wait, you gotta specify. Specify.
okay, so there's this bad guy, right, named Valentine. He's all evil.
She
he
hates
wants
the
to...
she hates the show. She hates
Yes.
the show. Not the. I think it's a book series. I don't.
Yes,
Well, we haven't
Flourish.
heard what plot point or character this is in reference to, so we don't know.
Book. I don't know if the book's good or not. Yeah.
The books are really good, honestly.
Oh, so yeah. So the show butchered the show. Butchered
Yeah.
the book.
And you know what? Is the bad guy Valentine. Actually, Jacob, you saw my video with the whole Lucian Malfoy ordeal, which I'm like, shush, I didn't mean to do that or whatever. Anyway, but okay, in the books, Valentine is supposed to be pretty, handsome. He makes you feel like you can't talk to him. He speaks formally and fancy, you know? It makes you think about the things that you shouldn't be thinking and everything
That's
like
the most
that.
YA sentence you've ever said in your life.
Yeah.
Is he also a brooding loner by chance? No one talks to him, but also no one's good enough to do so.
Anyways, but in Shadowhunters, he's a freaking bald guy who has a freaking tantrum.
Okay.
Why would you think, yeah, this is the same Valentine from the books? Like, of course, like, he's still the same. No! He looks, he's not my Valentine. He's not my handsome villain.
What? You don't find bald guys hot? That's kind of mean.
Whenever you said my Valentine, I just thought of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Imagine you date a guy and then he goes bald. Are you gonna call him ugly? Are you gonna be like hashtag not my boyfriend? Huh?
I mean, I still love my uncle, even though he's partially bald on top of his head.
Oh, so you only hate fully bald people. I see how it is. Hashtag
Which is
KW
why
hates
this
bald
video is
people.
sponsored by Keeps.
Do you hate bald people? I do too. Let's make the world less bald. Today's video is sponsored by Keeps. God.
Regina, look! More bald people.
Well, I'm trying to say that Valentine's supposed to be pretty. He's supposed to make you speechless and stuff like that.
Maybe
Make you
Valentine
think.
in the show was daddy.
No, you would no.
He could have been the original Valentine's daddy by age, I'm guessing.
Honestly, he definitely looks like he could be someone else's dad. That's not
Valentine Senior. There you go.
Yes, literally.
Okay.
Fan fiction. Let's read Emily's Shrek stories of fan fiction.
Oh wait, she made a Shrek fan fiction? Oh my god. Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
Okay.
What, you wouldn't read Emily's Shrek fan fiction? Fake
I think
fans.
Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life was a fan fiction originally.
What?
Fake Emily fans.
Wait, I'm
Only
gonna
real
Google this.
Emily
I'm
fans
gonna
would
Google
read her Shrek fanfics.
Wait, I shared the tab audio by accident.
Was Shrek a FNAF movie? Who would look that? What?
Yeah, you know, my favorite FNAF movie, Shrek. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah. Also, apparently this is the yeah. I don't think I ever customized this, so I didn't even know there were different modes on AO3. This is just what it always looked like to me. I did not mean to rhyme that.
That's not look okay. Never mind.
I'm not logged in. Okay, anyway, because it's AO3, we got to look at some of these. Manipulation, kidnapping, I'm bad at tagging, small fandom vibes. Watch the Mutant Girl, it's on the channel, Jacob Butter. Please, he deserves views, and Jacob referring this, no, you're not. What? What on earth? What was that supposed to be? I'm not what?
No, you're not. You're not a person?
I don't know. Thanks, kinda. Felix is a pest. Could be read if you haven't watched the series. Makes more sense if you had. I don't know what to put here. Help.
Oh my god.
Are all like do people just write AO3 tags in one go and never look back?
You know what? Okay. She can. Oh wait. Okay, you be the narrator, Jacob. So yes.
Well, I mean, this is just the summary. But yeah. This, Yeah.
Also, okay. So since we're here, okay. So since we don't have Shorty here, KW, you're gonna take over for Reina. Voice Felix if he's here. I don't know who else is a part of this fanfic.
Well, I guess we're about to we'll find out. Anyway, yeah, using trust him. I'm starting to. I wrote actually manipulation to make Rain look like much more less gullible. Yeah, again, and she was manipulated. My goodness. Yeah, you haven't watched the Mutant Girl. You should. You haven't watched the Mutant Girl. You should. The longest running Ghost to Gacha series. It's about to turn 5 episodes tomorrow as I'm writing this. Might be the longest running actual Gacha series too, I think. But either way,
yeah.
You read this as its OG OCs, but it makes more sense if you've watched the real series. Okay. All right then. So I guess we'll begin. The Words I Believed by Emily Nightwolf. Raina was afraid. She didn't know what to think. Was she truly jealous of her? Morwenna. No. Right? Maybe she should listen to him. No! I mean, for God's sake, he kidnapped her. He wants to experiment on her. He made that clear. While she was thankful he didn't do it and wanted her permission, something was still off. The sly comments about what she thought about Morwenna, her jealousy, which she definitely didn't have. His words wouldn't get...
Oh my god.
His words wouldn't get out of her mind, no matter how hard she tried. Raina wanted to go home. So why didn't she call out for help when Agatha came into the room?
Because she was fearing for her physical safety.
And potentially Agatha's too, yes.
Yeah, that was more of a fear of physical safety. That wasn't really that wasn't any brainwashing thing. That was just this man may kill her or me or both of us of unstable potential.
Yeah, at that point. The reunion for the summer party where they see each other again for the first time since that happened, then she's lying. That's the difference between Agatha and Toph Beifong, is that Toph would never have fallen for that one. Because she can tell. Anyway. Actually, Toph would have known she was there anyway. Whatever.
Toph sees if all feet sees.
Exactly. Feet sees, indeed. Okay. Felix fed her, gave her necessities, and he wasn't cruel, or at least didn't hurt her. Yet she was still here, in a cold, dark basement. She thought about her parents a lot. It was one of the only things that kept her mind off Felix's words. She loved her mum and dad. She wanted to go home. She wondered what her friends were doing. She wondered about lots of things. Like how he was right. How from just watching them from afar, he figured her out. She wanted that attention. She craved that attention. The attention she got. The attention that she didn't want anyway, so why would it hurt to take it from her? Morwenna. Darn it. Morwenna was her friend. She didn't feel this way about her, right? No! Raina was tired. I'm sorry, there's not much dialogue in this. Do we want to swap out?
Yeah, I mean, it was about to be like, oh man, dialogue? I mean, I don't really want to read it. I mean, I'll have you do most reading, but dang, it's like, I wanted to read some Felix lines. I wanted to be, listen, Raina, join me. And we'll rule the galaxy as father and kidnappy.
Wow.
We're not even related. That doesn't make any sense, but join the Empire today. Join the Empire today.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have cookies?
Yes, we have cookies.
Emily says, apparently I was drunk when writing this and showed.
What?
So, he doesn't talk. So I guess we can just take turns now.
You could have had the brilliant voice of Felix here read out some manipulative lines, but no.
No dialogue, and Felix pulls up with the longest monologue known to man.
You know what?
That is very much what I do. I end off like every Mutant Girl season with a monologue in the last episode. So that's fair. And the VAs always resent me for it. Season 1 had 2, in fact. Anyway, they're all inner thoughts. Okay. So, I guess we can swap out then. Aiden, you want to go?
No.
Okay, W.
I'm editing.
Me? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so sorry. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to make sure I see it clearly. I was doing something else. Okay. Anyways. Reina was tired. She was tired with a lot of things. Of being here. Of Felix. Of her thoughts. Of herself.
Again, very YA today.
Reina wanted her friends. Yes, she did try to call Owl to the one upstairs. Reina
Mostly because
looked
Felix
into
himself
his
is also
eyes.
there, but you know.
They were sickly vibrant. He had the same beautiful, deceiving look. His sweet, putting words she heard every day seeped into her brain. Each word agreed more than the last. Reina wasn't stupid. She knew what she was doing. She asked herself why it was getting to her. Maybe she should just let him.
Why is Felix an alpha in this?
God, but this is giving. You're making. I feel like the way it's written and giving it extra creepy vibes, like she wants him romantically or physically. Like, oh, maybe
Yes,
just
beautiful, deceiving look, sweet, poisonous words.
Like, oh my god, I hate that. It's like, I don't want to think about the idea of Reina and Felix shipping or any of them, either of them having feelings for each other. Like, ew, she got a child. No.
Yeah.
Felix is a monster, but he's not that kind of monster.
Yeah, I tell you what, there was like part of me, you know, because obviously at the time, you know, being very aware of how the fan base was perceiving stuff at this point. You know, this is pre-Reina hates, but I mean specifically they like in regards to couples of the series. I knew there was a strong chance that as soon as the shock from the Phoenix twist died down, that people would start shipping Felix and Reina. Like, part of me knew that was a distinct possibility, and I was like, there's no way that I can dodge this from happening, apart from, again, just making sure they maintain as much distance as possible and keeping it as verbal and professional as it possibly could be. Verbal and professional brainwashing, that's the way forward.
It's in everyone's benefit, really.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Squirrel! No. Asuka will get better. No. Felix will be happy. No. Rita will get the attention she so craved.
You make it sound weird. Why the way this is read?
I'm sorry.
This is okay. This is KW's Oh Ashley voice. This is the one that KW used to Oh Ashley somebody else. Like,
well, I don't know who it would work on. Maybe Emily.
Oh Ashley.
I'll have to look at the private chat to see how Emily react to this. Emily said, "Ew."
Oh, there you are, Emily.
How dare you?
Also, Prism says Felix is always an alpha. Oh, you know what? There's also a blessing that Through Her Eyes was going on at the same time. Oh, that's probably what avoided it, because Through Her Eyes was happening, like, you know, congruently with
Season 2?
Yeah, with season 2. So by that point, people were still, you know, shipping Felix and Empress. It's like, oh yeah, let's pull that into and yeah, with Felix and Empress, we very much you know, laid down the subtext quite thickly.
Anyway, scrolling down.
Yeah. I mean, Empress is a lady that knows what she wants, so again, not gonna hide much.
She could see her friends. Yes. She could go home. Yes. It will all be worth it. Yes, Reina hopped on the table. The man who was going to make everything better above her. She shut her eyes.
Sorry, I just had the image of Vader like going from like being tied to the chair or like in the corner, and then started being like, "Yes, boom."
Like
It will all be worth it.
No, that's me.
Oh, sorry.
It will all be worth it.
it will all be worth
He
it.
said,
Yeah.
"Oh, there we go. You got one line."
She
Oh my god, I gotta
smiled.
sing a line.
Why was she ever afraid? Things will be so much better.
Okay, so
now.
Emily in the private chat. Emily says in the private chat, he's a bad person. But there are two B's.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm with this voice.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
he ain't a kid like her because no.
That was the next line from Emily's messages,
Yeah,
in case I was wondering.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't like that because, like, I guess it comes off as an inner monologue, but like, it kind of feels like a bizarre novelization of season 2.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised because as one of the most like verbose critics of Reina, you kind of nailed like her motivation character here and the internal logic and how it's being applied.
Although honestly, none of this would actually work on the show. You know why? Because that would come off as show don't tell for the most part, or like come off really wordy.
Okay, well that's the difference between the difference between a visual
Yeah.
medium and a literary one.
Because it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work in the actual context of the show because or like showing it like this in the show because it's like,
I did consider that. I did consider novelizing the first season at one point. Like one minute.
Actually, I wouldn't mind a novelization in the first season. And I feel like what we could
do from
is,
my experience, no one buys my books anyway, so there's no point.
No, but here's the thing.
Emily's getting your book.
Hey,
what do you mean?
Emily bought your book. Not to mention Ghosty been getting super chats. Not to mention you could just publish them as individual chapters on like a Wattpad or something like that for like the world to see if you didn't want to, and then put out a published copy later for potential extra money.
Potentially, but that or I would probably reserve like if I were to do like the first couple of chapters, maybe 3, if that was the case, because again,
also if we were to have a novelization,
probably decentivize people.
If we had a novelization of season 1, though, what we could do is embrace more the slice of life aspect and have some unique chapters that weren't in the show. Like maybe like every day, like maybe like we get some more summer chapters, like some summer chapters in between school where we get to see what some days in the summer are. Maybe some minor adventures. Maybe they went to the zoo at one point or something. Like some stuff we didn't see in the actual show. But stuff that technically happened.
I could repurpose the Halloween special didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we could write it, and it'd be kind of fun, like. Plus, it gives people who's already seen the series something new and unique that they didn't get out of the actual show. Plus, it also fixes some problems with season 1 because we get some more stuff out of Reina and Julius. We get some more stuff out of them.
Yeah, there you go. That would feel like a good time to do so. Also, Emily did another music of. Actually, you know what? Something if I wanted to, I would love to include during that would probably be more things with Dr. Daniels because kind of withheld information about that character. Was it used in the music video that's like kickstarted?
I mean, honestly, I would like some like flashback chapters where we actually get to kind of see more of like very young Morwenna and like some very young stuff with Morwenna, and I think that would be kind of interesting. And like,
I mean, maybe. I mean that. I guess.
For example,
we could probably elaborate. We could probably elaborate a bit on like Sebastian, for example, and his description of the flashback of the pier, because I can remember what I did and why I did.
Oh wait, we can make like we can have like a whole chapter be dedicated just to the flashback. To like dividing a handful of the flashbacks in episode 3 into their own little chapters. Where we get more
Aiden, you're
stuff.
you're saying we here. Does that mean that you're offering to help out with? Oh,
I'll
really?
help. I'm not the best at writing books, but I could do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
I will help. Plus, I'll make it easier.
I need help with writing.
You want to help? From the sounds of it, it sounds like you want help. Listen, I will pull people into this project, okay? I can get you writers.
Buy my book, guys. Buy Misfits. And buy Jacob's book as well.
Oh, yeah. Like, what is it? Like Erasmus the Elf?
Erasmus the Elf, yes.
Yeah, but no, because like I like the idea of a novelization of the Mutant Girl. I played around with the idea of doing a novelization of Fallen Angels. Which if I
do you have a copy of that? Because I'm kind of curious now.
I think I started writing it, but then I never continued it. If that made any sense. Like I may have wrote like a chapter, but like kind of played around with the idea because like I don't know. Again, if I were to do a novelization of Fallen Angels, I probably would. For starters, give more stuff with the story early on. Like you'd get a lot more fleshed out scenes in the past of what Adam's life is like before the thing happened, or maybe we would go into that later. Like we'd have like the first chapter, which would cover like, I don't know how would restructure it. Although it'd be interesting to have novelization of the story. Fallen Angels. Well, it'd be season 1 story specifically, not season 2 yet. Also, probably sew in some hints and stuff like that. Ooh, also one thing I would want to do with Fallen Angels, especially, is like introduce more back characters, like more random angels. Maybe be mentioned verbally, or maybe have some scenes of random angels, which is something I would do if season 1 was rewritten.
I mean, expanding on how the on how the doubters congregate and sort of the specific doctrines they're trying to lay out would also be a nice expansion.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the second one. It's called
Dear friend Caller.
Do you want to read this one?
No. Oh okay. No!
What just happened? Oh, KW had to go. Okay.
KW. Wait, when did she say she had to go?
Oh, well, maybe her internet died out. So it's just normally the reason people leave without announcing.
How dare she leave? No, I'm going to go. Junior is on, and things are happening. Sorry, guys. All. Oh, that's what she said in the prep chat.
Okay.
I'm sad now. How dare KW leave? It's whatever.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll read this one then. What if Felix had made a mistake during the experiment?
Ooh, now we're getting a more interesting fanfic concept.
Yes, some good old what ifery. You know me.
I mean, that's kind of the fanfics I really like, though, with like what ifery or like changes or like, ooh, what if this happened, or like expanding on things that never happened on the show. Because like the first Reina one was just kind of a novelization of the Reina being captured by Felix thing.
I think that was also because it was so accurate. In a sense, like that wasn't the intention necessarily. In fact,
I mean, I think with fanfic, I think with fanfics, it's important to have a level of accuracy, but at the same time, also go kind of wild sometimes. Depends on the fanfic. If you want, unless it's like meant to be actual what ifery, like what if this happened, but then everyone acts out a character, which some what ifs.
Well, I mean, even that, most of the time, people choose like a what if stimulus. At least for me, I like the ones where people will actually try to use as much in-universe logic as possible to see how people would adapt to whatever specific change happens. Whose arcs would not go through? What ripple effect would this kind of thing happen? That's essentially how the Butter Bunch started out. So yeah,
it's fine, okay. KW. If we're still here, you could rejoin later if you guys are doing better.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've got the link, I know that because I didn't send it to you, but Aiden did. Okay. So Agatha used to love her brother. He was everything to her.
Dang.
So why was she here? She laid in Judas's bed. He wasn't sleeping. He was listening to her cry.
Well,
this is why I don't do. This is why I couldn't do the mini games. This is where 3 sentences in. This is why it was like this would not make it. Anyway, his parents took her in, but it was going to take a while to get the paperwork sorted and for her to get her stuff moved in. So here she was. Originally, he was going to sleep on the floor, but then she started crying. So for now, he'll hold her. Ah, now it feels like a fanfic.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. To be fair, at least it doesn't go spicy. I hope. Please don't make this spicy. We don't want no spicy. No spicy mutant girl fanfics for the moment, at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have read one of those. In all fairness.
No spice.
Yeah. Anyway, she was afraid. She didn't know the layout of the house and kept bumping into things.
Oh,
he was
I mean,
struggling
that's
to.
very realistic. That's very
He was
realistic.
struggling. Wait, hold on. He was struggling to what? To bump into things, to not bump it. Why? He can see without his glasses, just not as well.
No, I think it's referencing Agatha. I think there's a typo where Agatha kept stumbling things and like typos.
I guess maybe.
But he loved her brother. Agatha felt Julius's grip tight around her. Sometimes she wishes she could see him, but this would do. Even with him being here, she couldn't help but cry. God, this is sad. Mutant Girl angst fanfic, dang.
Yeah. Before we carry on with the next sentence, because I read ahead a bit. Before I go to the next sentence, I'm just gonna say this would be very confusing to anyone who doesn't know that Agatha is blind.
And you're like, why is she bumping into things? It's like she can't see.
She wishes she could see him. It's like, what are you talking about? He's right there. Oh, by the way, I forgot to read the tags.
No way. You know what you should have the tag? No wait, in the tags, you know what you should put? Agatha's blind. Agatha's blind. You read the
I
tag.
feel like blind MC or something like that would help. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh wait, is Agatha end existence for herself? It says character death.
Yeah, no. But we'll get to that in a second. Also, Lord of the Files? Is that I think it meant Lord of the Flies, but now
Lord
I'm
of the
thinking like
Flies.
oh my goodness. Lord of the Files. The account will get settled. Okay. Anyway, the next line, I'll carry on from here. After being missing for a while, Raina was pronounced dead.
Oh! Okay, there's the timeline deviation.
No one expected it to be true, including the series creator.
Wait, what happened? I'm confused. What is this timeline deviation?
An experiment's gone wrong. The prompt is, what if Felix made a mistake during the experiment? Clearly, Felix made a mistake during the experiment, and something went wrong. This is like the analysis that we do in English class. Like, you know, it's like find 4 powerful phrases within the fanfic of Raina being pronounced dead.
Of course, Raina's dead, though. Of course, Raina's the one character that dies. I'm honestly surprised there wasn't a fanfic about Felix trying to give Agatha her sight back by mutating her, but it all goes horrible wrong, and like she gets like 20 different mismatched mutations that makes her into a horrific monster, and she loses her mind and has to be killed.
She becomes a Nomu. Honestly, I'm more surprised that Empress has made an appearance yet. Knowing Emily, I would have thought so. Not complaining, I'm just surprised.
An experiment gone wrong. She didn't remember much about the day. That was only a week ago. There weren't many times she's thankful she was blind, but that day was one of them. She remembered her friend's scream. She remembered her own tears. She remembered feeling it was sore for because she was yelling. Because of the yelling
all I can
she was
remember
doing.
is the sound of this.
She was yelling at him. She remembers her beloved's words being for her or something she didn't know. And she remembered prayer words. It was only a stick, but they would only stick in her forever.
It was only but they would stick with her forever.
She's
okay.
dead.
I'm starting to get the impression that Emily doesn't know the difference between the words two, and two. Because this beforehand, now I'm thinking about this, like he was struggling to, like with a double O, with this. And here we have a paramedic saying only 2 words, but it's not spelt TWO. Okay, now I figured it out. That's why, because it's 2, and 2.
Dead.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah. But they would stick with her forever. She's dead.
Wow, way to take all the
I scream. You scream. We all scream.
Hey, I think Raina's with you now. Technically, ghost clown.
Gideon, prepare to meet my friend Raina.
Even her ghost is
and is also 13 years old. So scary. Anyway, she remembered the crying. She remembered the screams and pleading of Raina's mother. She wished she couldn't remember. It was then she heard the light of sobs of Julius above her. What?
Above her, like Joy's floating above her. Oh,
Yeah, she heard the light of, like, not since Pyramus and Thisbe by the Mechanicals have I come across that.
Light. I love hearing light.
I see a voice. Let me approach that I may hear my Thisbe's face. Anyway. Sometimes they didn't need to cry, but most of the time, at least one of them was crying. Today, it was both. Julius cried for the loss of his childhood friend, for the girl who everyone mistaken as his girlfriend. Yep, that's canon. It was something they laughed a lot about. Now it pained him to think about that, because it wouldn't happen again. Maybe that's what hurt the most. It won't happen again.
I'm laughing.
Agatha knew he was dreading going back to school, because he would have to look at her empty chair, the one that would only be filled again, but someone else. I think you mean by someone else, but yeah.
But
Agatha and Julius held each other, sure, but at least for now it's not enough. Agatha wept for the end of innocence, the darkness of his heart. Whose heart? Julius's. Okay. And the fall, and the fall through the air of the fall through the air of the true dear friend called Raina. What was the cause of death exactly?
she got mutated. I'm guessing she got mutated horrifically to the point where her organs stopped working because of certain mutations. Maybe like dragon scales.
No, but
were,
I
like,
mean,
growing in her
like
lungs
the
or
fall through
something.
the air. The fall through the air implies, I don't know, she got mutations and like grew wings, like flew out the window and then couldn't.
No, the fall. Is it? I guess maybe she was so horrifically mutated she freaked out. And, wait, why would she fall through the window? Because she's locked in the basement.
I mean,
she was in the basement. How was she? What did she run upstairs?
The door open and she flew out. Yes, she flew. Well, she flew out actually.
She flew. She developed bird wings.
I'm taking break from my Casman Hotel to make my Lavana story longer and hoping to live up to demands.
I mean, okay, like that fanfic wasn't the best written, but I do kind of like how sad it is. But at the same time, it's like, dang, maybe it was too sad. Maybe it's a little bit too much, Emily. Maybe you need to be right happier things. Like, dang.
I think I figured out the biggest issue with, I guess, that kind of format of fanfics. It has the setup, but then it doesn't, go into any resolutions like, yes, here are the things that have happened. The characters are presenting it. Anyways, bye. Have a nice day, everyone. I guess that's why I'm not exactly a hurt comfort tag person per se.
I don't get comfort by that.
Well, I mean, no, I mean like the hurt and the comfort is the character is hurt. And
half of my comments are "I hate you, die." Wait, what?
What? Hold on.
What? I'm reading the private chat.
Oh, okay. My God, wow. What have you done in your Has-Been Hotel fanfics to anger everyone?
Dang, are you angering people on the Has-Been Hotel fandom? I mean, they're pretty sensitive. Not gonna lie.
Actually, yeah, based on the Butter Bunch reviews, it does seem like anyone who has a moderate connection to this show is very, very easily riled up by the slightest either.
Yeah. So, well, you see, there's only two type of people. One, you have the super fans that you say anything mildly critical of Has-Been Hotel, they will kill you. And you have the hate dumb that whenever any compliments towards Has-Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss comes out, they'll immediately point out everything bad about it and all the flaws in it and say that thing you like is actually terrible and there's nothing good about it, is terrible. And I don't know, the creators, it's, I don't know, something. Stuff like that. They're two opposite extremes, and I hate both.
Some of my favorite nostalgia critic reviews actually are the ones where where he ends up like going down the middle of the road of two very opposing fandoms, or two opposing ideologies. He says that yeah, everyone goes to these extremes. Like, let's just analyze the thing as the thing itself. Ghostbusters 2016 is the example that comes to mind of that, because that review came out right in the middle of all of the discussions about it. But anyway, speaking of reviews, it's time. We're going to once again watch the video that just came out today, and I'm just gonna probably just vent about the source of my pain and exhaustion.
Well,
Let's
I mean,
see.
okay, but how do you feel after making that episode? How do you feel about continuing Gacha Life 2? Just on a personal level.
Oh, continuing Gacha Life 2, I'm fine with.
Yeah, like I know it's kind of like hard to make in Gacha Life 2 because like there's a lot more post stuff you have to do than in Gacha Life Club and stuff.
Yes, but I do like the end result more. And honestly, the things like most of the issues with the editing were not down to necessarily Gacha Life 2. they were down to either trying to fix certain things, or the tools in the editing software not working the way they were supposed to. Or just crashing down. So that I mean, for the filming process, Gacha Life 2 does take a little bit longer, but
well,
yeah,
I think the editing process takes more time, or well, it depends. I guess you did a lot more dynamic poses than I did.
Well, yeah, but also I'll go through how I did those and why I'm not too concerned about that. Okay. Yeah. Also, it's getting cold. Okay, back to having more YouTuber merch. So
Special
here we
thanks
go.
to everyone.
Yeah. Okay, there's the
beautiful fan art.
Videos. That's the last time.
Yeah, we don't need a recap.
Okay.
I mean, do we need the intro? I mean, the only thing about the intro that's different is the one shot with Sebastian.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like directly after this. Incidentally, yeah. Pete is not in this episode at all. I took Mrs. Dysart out because I feel like that was probably a better person to take out in order to make room for somebody else. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we gotta mention BB. We gotta mention BB.
Yeah, similar to how Beanie Boy got 6 credits for one
recording
piece
session
of voice work. Yeah. And of course there's also this shot, not this one. This one.
Yeah, the reuse footage. Which again, like when I suggested you reuse it for like the first remake, I was expecting you to remake it, not just reuse it completely to reutilize the same concept. Just
I kind of like that because with the intros.
I mean, the design didn't really change, so it makes sense. Not like the design between.
Look, yeah, well, of the remake intros, I like that they're doing a thing where it shows like how far the series has come. That's why in the next shot after this. You see all of the things, but I didn't edit from last year. You see all of the different episodes, and the next ones are going to fly across and everything.
Did you add in the latest episode, or like episode?
I did, yes.
Or latest
I had
episodes.
Yes, I had the latest episodes. They're not on screen yet. But let's see. There they are. All of the views and statistics are wrong, a lot of them, because those that were taken last year. I didn't have time to take them all again. I was going to, but yeah, decided not to. But yeah, I'd like doing this because it shows how far the series has come. Like again, it's like these are anniversary specials as well as seasonal remakes. So using the footage from the video that started everything, the music video from 2018, even older than the series itself, going into this is what has happened since, and get ready for it to continue to get better. That's why I reuse that footage all the time in the ways that I can. Yeah, these.
I mean, I like this intro though. Like the in shot's really satisfying with them or when I walk in there.
Oh yeah, I really like this one. By the way, people are wondering about like the ends by Jacob Butter, views by Jacob Butter. That is a running gag that I've had on the channel since like 2015 because, you know, back when it was just me, I wanted to have like, you know, end credits or something, you know, look a bit more prestige. But of course, as I did most of the things, I just end up typing my name a bunch of times. Then people started commenting. And bear in mind, 2015, 2016, I had like 25 to 50 subscribers. No one commented and barely anyone paid attention apart from for certain music videos. And no one really stuck around apart from my friends who taught me about stuff in real life. So that was one of the first pieces of actual engagement that my channel got, was just the offhanded like, hey, this is funny. So I was like, yeah, I'll do this from now on. Lyrics, Jacob Butter. Vocals, Jacob Butter. Editing, Jacob Butter. Yeah. Instrumental, insert name and place here. It wouldn't just be me the whole time.
Reuse shot from the thing.
Yeah. This is just straight up spliced from the video because again, it doesn't exist, like I said before. The music has been re-added and like changed, it's been lowered in volume.
Oh, why can't I hear that?
I don't know actually.
Did you put up the wrong version?
I don't know. I also can't pause it. I'm just going to start the video again, see what happens. I have a couple of versions of these, by the way, but... Let's see. Also, someone said that apparently it bugged out at the end of the actual transmission. I don't know what that was about. I'm hoping we'll see at some point. Yeah, fairly certain it's this one. Special thanks. Yep. And...
Wow, this place has seen better days.
It's losing popularity year after year. That's why we don't come here so often anymore.
Wait, so because it's losing people, it's going to lose more people?
Okay, so a few things to... Oh, I pressed pause and it just keeps playing. Apparently that's the issue.
Okay, how do we fix that?
I don't know. Well, actually, wait, no, I do know. I'm just gonna go onto my channel and just use this and just share screens.
Fair enough, you know, makes sense. Give yourself the views.
Oh, forgot that. All right, tab audio. I just realized what happened to Felix's. Felix has got some very interesting placed facial hair. He's magnificent.
Oh, I think it's a glitch. It's edit.
Yeah. Okay. This, by the way, was sent to me yesterday by Emily. Just like, hey, you've been here's some more characters as babies. It's like, oh, okay.
I mean, honestly, I like all their baby designs here.
I was just
although,
about able to edit that to put this into the collection.
although the only major flaw with these baby designs is very specifically Reina and Julius, because they both had glasses when they were kids. They're at, like, we saw that in the flashback of season 2, episode 9, I think. I think it was 9.
I think it was 8, but yeah,
Was
close.
it 8? Yeah, but we did see them, and they both had glasses canonically. They had different glasses, but they both had glasses because, they just got newer glasses as they got older. So that's the only real problem to designs, in my opinion. But everyone else looks great.
Okay, so here we go. This is something that was I thought of when we were already editing. So this is a scene that was where the filming of the gacha characters was done by Emily, and Emily, because she can't green screen that well,
Sebastian's outfit doesn't look very good.
Sends me the green screen files, and I do the placements. I do the positioning. So I thought, while editing, wouldn't it have been cool if Morwen and Sebastian start off physically far apart from each other, and then as the scenes with them progress, they gradually get closer together to subtly like imply that they're growing closer to each other, like as siblings, and repairing the rift between them. By this point, I think Aiden was already filming. I was like, okay, yeah,
I mean, if you told me, I could have probably at least tried to do something.
Yeah, if you weren't in the middle of it, I think you were doing scene 2 at that point. It's
I mean,
well,
you just never mentioned it to me, so I mean, I would have tried to do something, or I could have even refilmed part of it if you really wanted me to emulate some of that. I mean, I could have, if you really wanted to in the future. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I got the idea. Again, if it weren't to the fact that I came up with the idea too late in the process, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, hey, at least you can say it shows a starting point of the episode. In the very beginning, they're very far apart, but at the end, like one of the last shots with them, they're very close together. Therefore, you can still get around it by saying like that. Like the beginning shot, like mirrors how the ending shot is, because where they're even closer, where they're both sitting right next to each other.
Yeah, like leaning on each other. Yeah, that was it was while I was doing the scene 7 compiling. I was like, oh yeah, this would be a nice idea, because most of the time I just spend trying to zoom in to make sure that the lighting filter was good on them, which I will get to. I keep saying that, so keep getting back to these things. But second thing to bear in mind with this is that this is also a custom back. I don't think this is in. This one wasn't. No, this one is in Gacha Life 2. But yeah, either way, again, no, I didn't try to get the moving background again because the video doesn't exist anymore, so I couldn't have done so.
Yeah.
I did save the waves naturally, but for here, I was like, it makes sense to save that visual for the end if I need it somewhere, rather than just do it at the beginning and then never have another moving background again. But you know what does move in this scene? The mouths. And that is something that I am going to take pride in. Because, yeah, I'll probably get Emily to verify this, because Emily's able to verify stuff quite easily. I don't know if anyone has done animated mouths with Gacha Life 2 yet. I figured out in my head how to do it.
I'm pretty sure one of the newer YouTube video commentary YouTubers have put in the animated mouths on a Gacha Life 2 character.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, either way, most of the time, the way to do this, by the way, is if you're in Gacha Life 2, just have the default mouth be the mouth removed. So then, whenever they're not talking, you can use the mouths that will be in the studio. So that's an efficient trick. Then later on, what I did was in Gacha Club, I green screened a person's mouth. Sometimes there were times where I did use the actual person's head and just masked around that. sometimes I required not just a mouth, but also some other things, which I will get to in the next scene. But yeah, moving mouths, love it.
Wow, this place has seen better days.
It's losing popularity year after year. That's why you don't come here so often anymore.
Wait, so because it's losing people, it's going to lose more people?
Also, wait,
what
Jacob, this
sense
is that
does...
angle thing that you could have did.
Yeah.
From an angle perspective. In my opinion, you should have centered Sebastian in this shot, because Sebastian's kind of on the left side of the thing, which he's partially in the center, but he's mostly on the left side of the screen.
He's on the right side.
Right. I don't know my right from my left. Point being, from an angle perspective, that leaves a lot of dead air in the shot, because like over half the shot is just the background, and you don't ever really want to do that wise. So it would have been better if you centered Sebastian more, or zoomed in more, so he'd be more in the center, and there'd be less dead air around him.
I don't necessarily agree, but mainly because of the rule of thirds. Because they, as they say with the rule of thirds, if people don't know, imagine two parallel lines of them horizontally and vertically across the shot. Where they intersect, supposedly, is where you want to put your focus. Because people's eyes,
and that would be more. That would be more in the center.
Actually, no, it wouldn't. If there's the rule of thirds, the point is that we'll divide the scene into, well, it divides into nines, really, because there's two different types of thirds. But either, if you imagine like on a vertical axis, dividing into thirds, also I left some space there because I discovered the safe areas on Vegas. Normally he'd be even further to the right. And also positioning him in the center, the problem with doing that is that gacha characters' heads are kind of massive. When you do that with a regular human with our normal proportions, it doesn't look so out of place. But when you do it with a person whose head has a greater width than the rest of their body, it's much more awkward. This is also the reason that I like shrinking heads whenever I can in newer gacha projects, that as in weren't started 5 years ago, so I can get away with that. But that's why I insisted on like shrinking their heads down in people above, for example. So if I did do close-ups that way,
I don't know. I never really see it when you're in the middle, when this character's in the middle, that the head's massive, because it's just like when you stare so long, like, yeah, if you compare like any of the Gacha Club characters with any other kind of medium, it's like, yeah, their heads look huge, but at the same time, if you stare at Gacha enough, you just kind of mentally tune out the fact that their heads are giant.
Well,
if
yeah,
you stare at for long enough, like you just kind of start tuning everything out about their heads.
Yes, you mentally tune that out when the shot is composed correctly. When something is done incorrectly, you tend to notice it more, or when the problems will present themselves, you notice it more.
I just think it would have been better if he was more in the middle, or at least you shifted the shot a little more to the right, just a little bit more, just so there isn't as much dead air. Because we already established that they're physically far apart with the beginning like wide shot.
Potentially, so now, with this perspective, there'd be just as much dead air, just be split between two different sides.
But like when you split it between two air, the dead air is less noticeable. And the
way that people tend to look at screens a lot of the time is that, especially in the West, we tend to start from left and then go to the right as we perceive information. And there's some psychology as to entering from the right, entering from the left. That's not really relevant to get into. But yeah, in this case, people would start from this one side and naturally have their eyes dart to whichever side, and then be able to focus on here. What I could have done, I guess, would be blur the background to even draw even greater focus. But with animation, that's usually not as much of a priority. That's mainly a live action thing.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's cool when sometimes the background's just slightly blurred, which like helps you draw more focus to them. It's just, I don't know. So that is one of the things when it comes to some like animations and stuff I actually do really like.
Yeah, I know that Quasi has done that in the past. I'm not against the idea, But yeah, in this case, I was very much going with rule of thirds, and also let's see some more of his body rather than just head and a little bit of shoulders. Because again, once you
Head,
really have the
shoulder,
head
knee,
fill in
and
the entire
toes.
space, yeah, head, shoulders, nothing else. Where's the rest?
Does that make?
Bro, if there's one thing I know a lot about, it's mob mentality.
Oh yeah, similarly because Morwenna's on the left, you know, Sebastian.
Oh,
being on
also,
the
this
right.
is just something I think you could have fixed in post. His eye highlights
Yes,
still there.
the eye highlights. This is one of the moments where it's like, I know how to fix that. I am running out of time, and
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. There are other things that I fixed about Sebastian that we are going to see in a second.
Hey, when did you get so sarcastic? I told you we needed to come back here. Right, I need to stretch my legs. Come on.
Oh, that's a very awkward line to read. Right, I need to stretch my legs. Like, dang.
Yeah, but we've established by now that Matt Adams delivers everything like he's speaking on a as a presenter of a children's TV show. Like, like if I saw him on Blue's Clues, I wouldn't flinch, for example.
I mean, you probably could ask for like retakes next time if you really want to touch it up. You know, have slightly better direction.
Yeah, I think I asked him to retake a few lines, but not necessarily every single one. Also, yeah, with this frame here, this is where I would eventually start fixing things about Sebastian. I could have done it here as well, but for some reason, the more I tried to save it and the more I tried to adjust it, the more the file just corrupted. So eventually, I gave up on this specific portion. You can see the wrinkles here, and the lack of eyebrows.
Yeah. Also, fun fact about that background character. That's and the background character they just passed is actually an edited version of Pierce, a rejected Pierce Gotcha Life 2 design that I edited.
All right, great. So yeah, like I was saying, you see here the difference. Sebastian didn't have eyebrows originally.
Yeah, I didn't know that when filming. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he had the wrinkles and he had and he didn't have the eyebrows. So what I did for this scene is that
Botoxed him.
Well, yeah, Botoxed him first actually. So solid background and everything, then masked around it over the eyes. You can sort of see how when that that's a very easy thing to do when he's static. When he's moving, you can see how sometimes it was a bit difficult to align correctly. But yeah, when static, perfectly fine. What I did for the eyebrows was for these scenes, because I don't have the original mouthless version. I didn't just do a green screen mouth. What I did was I did the moving mouth, but I also did eyebrows on top of that. So whenever the mouth was aligned, so were the eyebrows, and vice versa. The advantage of the Aiden scenes is that their heads don't tilt, which is not something I asked for, and most of the time I think you know.
I mean, I don't really tend to tilt the heads too much. I mean, again, I probably will eventually start using more head tilts, but that would require me reorganizing my Gotcha Life 2 custom poses, because the way I try to organize them in a way, like you have like the character with like their like arm on their hip, and then multiple poses related to that, etc. And I have it organized in a way where it's a more free flow thing. The thing is, if I were to, I would have to reorganize that if I were to implement the idea of have head tilt versions too, like one to head down, one to head up.
I mean, here's the thing: here's the thing, just reset the head when you're done.
Yeah, but again, I don't tend to like to go in the studio if avoidable, because like again, it gets really annoying. Like again, like going back to early Mrs. Dysart days when I was making like episode 1, it was really annoying having to go back and forth pretty much for every pose. Like especially when the kids were sitting, like I had to go back and forth every time with the pose, and I got annoyed by that eventually. So I found a way around it.
Yeah, my way around that with custom poses is that if I tend to do like a quick scroll just to see if they have like a vague thing of what I wanted. Most of them are dancing poses, so the answer is most often no, they don't. But then afterwards, I'll be like, okay, this one vaguely looks like what I want. I'll copy and paste it into a separate, into one of those like the 60 tabs, and then like at the top corner, and then I'll just keep adding like adjustments just as I go along, depending on whatever I need. At some point, I'll delete some of those, but I haven't got to that stage yet. They've still got plenty of space to fill. But yeah, that really helps because as far as acting as reacting goes, a lot of the time the people don't tend to reset that much in real life. That was their gut limitation up until recently.
Wait, am I that boring to you that you have to reply to a text now?
Yep.
Hey!
Well, it's not my fault. You've barely said a word since we started walking.
Yeah, I guess that Mom and Dad loved to dominate the conversation when we came here as kids. But you're right. I asked to do this so we can catch up.
Also, his turquoise has been fixed now.
I want to know what's going on in your life.
Well, the usual horrified looks and bullies keep emerging. Class is alright. Well, nothing really happens in those. Except
Oh yeah, I was able to change his eyebrows too, reacting to this statement.
for English class, Mrs. Dysart is a riot.
Wait, is she a tall woman with a blue hair and dresses in a kimono?
With a blue hair.
That's one line I should have.
With a blue hair. She just has a single blue hair, guys.
Yeah, that one was a blatant misread. That one I should have got a retake for.
Yeah, that's her. How do you know her?
She used to teach at my old school. What are the odds?
The fates must have decreed it like this. Gosh, I'm
Also, again, this shows a difference in. I forgot to mention this in the original. That line about Mrs. Dysart teaching Sebastian's old school shows a difference in mentality between myself and Aiden when it comes to writing lines like that. Whereas I will have something like that just as a throwaway in there and never to be addressed again. Aiden will be like, okay, we got to make a mini series to elaborate on this.
Well,
I need Mrs. Dysart teaching Sebastian about something.
Well, I do kind of want to do that now, not to bring it up. But okay, no, that's not the point. But like, listen, the main reason
I get why you do it.
Yeah, the main reason why I write and when I write about interesting stuff like that in my series, and I try to follow up, is generally idea of cohesion with the show as a whole. Like, I want people to generally look back at the show and be like, man, the whole show is super cohesive because this one thing is mentioned, say, early season 1, and yet we touch on it briefly in season 2, but then it's expanded upon a lot in season 3. Or, oh, look, that Aiden also made this mini series about this exact topic that was briefly mentioned or alluded to or partially developed in this series, but we actually get a fully developed version of it in this show.
It's not even just say fully developed. It's kind of like the Helen cameo that Helen mentions briefly. She was in Florida in 2014, and if you do the calculations at the time that Through Her Eyes takes place, and we see her in one scene, and that's it. So again, I understand why you do it, and it does have that place. The reason I tend to do the throwaway ones is that it is mostly because it makes the story feel a bit grander, especially considering how small and simple the story was around this time. It's like, okay, there's a few more things that going on within the outside world or in the past, present, or future, and we've and that's that's all you need in this particular instance. Some other things can come back later, and in fact, most of season 2 was built specifically to bring things back later that people weren't expecting. Once I realized how people watching the series, but yeah, that's why some of these things don't get elaborated because they don't really.
I mean, I think it would be cool to someone elaborate on the.
This was exactly what I was getting at before.
But like, no, seriously though, like if it were to be elaborated on, I think it would be kind of interesting. Because like, I don't know, it's like one of those things where I think it would have been cool to elaborate on. Eventually, like, what was his dynamic with Mrs. Dysart? Like, is it like a happy dynamic? Is it like kind of like a Julius and Mrs. Dysart situation?
It's whatever you imagine it to be.
Well, okay,
as the viewer of the show.
Yeah, but like
until discussed and elaborated otherwise. But as for right now,
I mean, I just get kind of interested in this stuff again. Like that's also kind of the power of the Mutant Girl, because the Mutant Girl could take some relatively innocuous aspects of characters' backstories and ideas, and it could still get people interested, or at least get me interested in what could be done with that, or ideas of that. Again, like, you know, plus I'm also a huge backstory buff. Like, if you watch a lot of Fallen Angels and stuff, character backstories and details about characters' histories and lives and connections with each other tend to be somewhat relevant.
Oh yeah, that's
at one point or another. Like, that's what I tend to do. Like, I tend to I like to focus on those connections to see anything interesting between sort of dynamics or like backstories or something like that, because it's interesting.
Yeah. Also, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to comment on KW's thing. I'll go back to what I was saying later.
Yeah.
I made a
No,
mistake.
this is a DM thing.
Okay. Oh, also Sebastian. Should Sebastian have no Hoki on him? Probably. But yeah, I guess I just missed out that he might have been missing that one. I was more focused on the eyebrows. That was my big concern. Anyway, so yeah, the other thing that I mentioned there is, you know, about Sebastian's eye being something someone can imagine, is that if you answer every single question that you pose, then it gets a little bit less fun for certain viewers. Some people do prefer that.
I mean,
but a lot
yeah,
of viewers
but
will think, okay, as far as like an open-ended thing, and again, go back to A-level literature, that's one of the things that we learned about, is that the reader's interpretation, in this case, the watcher's interpretation, you know, it can go in a variety of directions, and sometimes that can make something better or worse. Again, insert
okay,
Raina
but
thing.
counterpoint to that, when you think about it, every time you get an answer, it potentially leads to more questions. Or like
And therefore,
aspect.
open-ended ideas,
Yeah.
more people to speculate about what can happen.
No, but like, no, what I'm saying though is, if you answer a question, answering that question could potentially lead to more questions about that, being like, okay, if this was a thing, then what about this and this? And then that leads to more potential questions. If you want to answer those questions, it can lead to more questions, and it can add more discussion around a
again,
certain
if
point
you
or
want to
idea.
answer those questions. If you don't want to answer them, you can let the audience debate that, and instead of one topic of discussion, suddenly you have multiple. It's like a Hydra. But is the Hydra the best kind? It's a hype Hydra. There we go. I like that. A hype Hydra.
I'm starting to sound like Julius.
Julius is one of your new friends, right?
Yeah, he's amazing. He thinks he's funny as well, but most of his jokes are terrible. His smile is contagious, though, and he does make me giggle when he annoys Raina.
What about Raina, then?
I can sort of hear does and doesn't in that delivery.
She's more serious, and a bit of a drama queen sometimes. She's the one who stands up to all the bullies. When she
I guess the phone is obscured now, but we saw the text from earlier, so that's all that matters. Because again, you can
she didn't put away her
move
phone
her
yet.
arm forward.
she does that, she's quite intimidating. I don't know how she hasn't pulled.
Yes, you know, insert issues with female clothing and pockets here. Well, she doesn't have it in her hand later, so she must have somewhere to store it.
I mean,
I think.
Yeah. You know, I imagine they brought like a bag with them that we don't see or something.
That is kind of stashed it somewhere else. I mean,
or maybe it's in Sebastian's pocket. I mean, bathing suits normally, at least swimsuits from guys have pockets normally.
Yeah,
so
trunks have pockets.
Yeah,
you know what?
That's
good.
You know what?
Good.
She handed it to Sebastian because she has the phone for this scene, but when we cut away from it and then cut back to it, she doesn't have the phone in her hand anymore. So off screen, she handed it to Sebastian. That's what happened.
Or Sebastian was like, "No more texting for you." Yoink.
That
Either
too.
way. You know what? I'm not going to say which one of those. It's open-ended.
Yeah.
Audience, your personal.
Well, to be fair, that's not the most interesting open-ended question. Like, listen, open-ended questions aren't
It
that.
can lead to certain debates, not very long ones, but it can lead to people talking about things. Yeah. This is why the show is able to last. Well, partly why it's able to last. The other reason is because it's so slow it comes out. Yeah.
We have a loyal fan base.
Yeah, but you know, again, starting from mostly from season 2. That was when, you know, I was like raising a bunch of questions on purpose and like starting
and
like,
like
you know,
their details.
these a lot of these debates, and people. That was one of my that was a really fun time during the airing of season 2, especially the early part of season 2, where I just be on a Discord call. I mentioned something vaguely, and then someone would ask me about a thing, and then another person would then say what they thought, and then they would just start like arguing back and forth in front of each other, and I was like. And I just was like, I did this. But or whether it was one of your lines, you did this, but user could tell the difference. It's like, oh, I did this. This was idea from a story that I
Oh,
planned,
this is my suggestion. Oh wait, you should have more hashtags in the thing, like hashtag gotcha and stuff like that.
Oh right, yeah.
You should use more
Yeah,
hashtags.
I'll put Gotch Life 2 and hashtag animated mouths. Maybe that will probably be the biggest selling point of this.
I have asked several times on the Gotcha Life 2 Discord server in the question section, hey, can we add animated mouse? I'm hoping eventually, if I ask enough, they'll take note and they'll be like, we'll just try to throw them in. That's my goal. I don't know if it'll work or not, but who knows?
It's like BB to the congressman.
Think because with certain people, they have to be best friends. Otherwise, they destroy each other. Trust me, they probably got so much dirt on each other, they could never separate.
Yeah, that is a very realistic thing. I have known and know friends that are like that.
It's either their friends.
I think it's mostly
or
Maya and
enemies.
Shiny. I think I was thinking Maya and Shiny mostly when I said that.
It's either their friends or enemies. Or enemies to lovers.
Yeah. I mean, Maya was the original Reina, so I suppose that was... I just said enemies to lovers. I just heard what you said. Never mind.
Enemies to lovers. Okay, anyways, back to this. Okay, ooh, Reina.
Speaking of Reina, also there's a detail that no one mentioned in the premiere chat. I want to see if anyone notices something that's going on in this scene.
Fire cards?
What? No, the no, not the cards.
Phew. It's definitely starting to get
You wipe sweat off
warmer.
her hand?
Personally, I don't really feel hot right now. If anything, I feel
If you say neutral one more time.
indifferent to the weather.
Okay, so I wasn't referring to. You'll see it much more clearly
buzz?
now in this angle. No, the buzz actually was unintentional. I don't know where that sound came from.
I think
but
those are the
I was like-
birds and stuff with the bird chirps.
It's like I am not good at. Oh yeah, it's probably the forest woodland ambience. I just so happened to line up perfectly. like I said, in universe, Julius is not supposed to be funny to anyone other than himself and potentially Agatha later. Out of universe, he is intended to be comedic relief. So there's the fly. I think there are a couple of scenes in like early Avatar where Sokka will say like a joke that is terrible, and he'll like, and everyone will pause and you just hear in the background. It's like, who coughed in that scene? There's no one else in this room, but I don't care.
I hate you.
I know you do.
I hate.
Okay.
Oh,
so I'll
see?
just... What?
Go back. No. Okay, so go back like 5 seconds real quick. I need you to hear this perfectly.
I hate you.
I know you do.
I hate this.
If you talk about that line, that's intentional.
Who was that?
That's Terry. He's saying I hate this, and then we're gonna.
Oh,
jump
I swear. Why does it sound like William to me though? Dang.
Because it's because Dylan and William have one thing in common. They both frequently peak their microphones.
Oh, I thought that wasn't intentional. He's like, we're
Yeah,
still on
no.
them, and I thought it was like a weird glitch. I'm like, dang.
No, originally what I was gonna do was I was going to have both of them, because I saw in the original script that was supposed to be there. So I was gonna have both Rain and Julius turn and react. Actually, I should point out this is the first scene where I've edited the characters in the posters myself. I was gonna actually have them turn around and realize they were there, but then I realized, like, thinking ahead a bit, it doesn't make any sense that these two would know what the revenge plan is before it actually happens, because otherwise they would have done something about it. So I just kept them still. Okay, so what I was gonna say was have a look at the sky.
I hate you.
I know you do.
I hate this.
So originally, this background is like as of a sunset. I was paying close attention because this is all over the course of a single day, because you start off with the them at the start of the beach, and then they carry on and it fades to night. I was very aware of like what time of day or when things were supposed to happen. So having this background, which is the original background, but having it look like a sunset, I was like, no, we can't have this. So what I did was I masked around the buildings.
Oh.
And yeah, put an animated background of the sky, which I found on Beowulf's channel, behind it, and that's why you can see the clouds moving ever so slightly. And also in this scene,
Oh,
this one was
also,
way
by
easier.
the way,
Buildings are
I'm
much
just gonna
simpler.
mention something. Go back to like the scene of Rain and Julius real quick.
Yeah.
Look how clean they look in Gacha Life 2. Like with all the shading and stuff on them, honestly, they look so clean. So clean.
Yeah, again, the power of the Gacha Life 2.
You.
I know you do.
I hate this.
Enjoy your.
What I should have done was have Terry, like, you know, some exclaimed exasperation to make it apparent that was what it was.
Freedom, guys. It's the last we're going to get for a while.
Yeah, I did it for everyone. I miss it too.
Because he was wearing ripped jeans in the original, Josh. That's just as a thing in the original, honestly.
What? Oh.
About Julia's design. It's just, that was what the original was, so, you know, recreating it.
Judas has a mix of smart and casual. He's like George Beard from Captain Underpants.
Cheer up, Pop. It's only detention for, like, the week.
That's an eternity for the likes of me.
The only one that got away.
Okay, so again, I'll just this one thing I will say. If people were here at the start of this stream, you'll have seen like the bench in the original, which was a Gacha Life 1 prop. I just kind of placed it there and then had everyone standing in front of it. And it's like, why did I put that there? I gotta use this bench. So it's the same prop. And I masked Kylie and Terry to be sitting on it instead. And Pop to be standing up because power and status. And be able to look down at Kylie, look up at Terry, or just to the center to sort of align with both of them. And also another thing you can do with Gacha Life 2, if you don't want to tilt the head, you can move the eyes. That's another great way to demonstrate who exactly you're talking to and like how to address, or just the various facial expressions, because Aiden pointed this out, but Gacha Life 2, difficult to pull off the same like the anime like presets of the eyes that you would have. Some of them are still there, but not all of them. The ones that have been removed, most of the time you can sort of emulate them with the eyes, unless you want the more cartoonish feel to it, then you're kind of doomed.
Way scot-free was Marwick.
Oh, he put in the effort and actually did something.
So glad that those hands were in Gacha Life 2 as well. Oh, kind of one of them is slightly dislocated. There's like dislocated parts in some of the other shots, but this is one I did myself, so like I noticed it. But yeah, I remember in season 2 when I first did the Phoenix and I watch things with each other, like Agatha mentioning that, so saying watch in quotes, and I found the Gacha Life 2 hands that were most connect to that, and then Aiden would later go on to use these at one point. but either way, yeah, this time, actually 2 fingers that are being held up. It was perfect.
So why would he be with his friends? We're nothing to him anymore.
That's one of the things that I added was from some of the later, not necessarily very there on a pop. It was still very much the present. The idea that she was like actually hurt by Marwick's departure. That's one thing the witch scene doesn't have. Because the original bully group, the guy who leaves, his name's Nigel. The one that Pop replaces would be Uriah. Uriah is just your typical, teen rebel guy, so sort of like I guess the Draco Malfoy, because the other two are basically Crab and Goyle. So that conjures an image in your heads. So he was like, How dare you? But they betray me. They betray me. You know, they got sent to community service originally, and it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, he behaved well, so he can be descended, and he's and they pardoned him because he behaved well. Whereas, you know, we were throwing around dinosaur eggs and breaking them, which is what actually happened in the that's what happened in the magazine. So yeah, it was more like just an idea of like, yes, you know, once you're in for good. But with Pop, the way that things went down, it was very clear that, I mean, Pop's basic grasp of trying to be popular kind of comes from a similar place that Reina does, whereas, you know, like, of not being lonely and surrounding yourself with a bunch of people who like you. Difference between the two of them is that Reina likes people back, or at least intends to, and they go about their goals in two completely separate ways. Pop through control and Reina through trying to fit in and failing most of the time. Yeah, Pop and Reina were sort of like two sides of the same coin when they first were introduced, because that was like why Reina was the one who always faced her. If this were Mean Girls, they would have been childhood best friends or something. But yeah, in the case of her actual childhood best friends, you know, this lot, you know, she's held on to them for so long, and then she realizes, oh yeah, Malvik is just gone now and is being taken away. Essentially, you know, it's been stolen from me by this girl that I hate. Not like I had any feelings for him. Like, she will later learn that she does, but you know, just as a friend, and that really affects her. In the original, it was like, oh yeah, we're nothing anymore. It's like, oh well, kind of the same thing that Uriah did, but yeah, in this one, I was like, I want to go more into that now. It wasn't that it was never there in the original. It was. I want to make it more obvious. So yeah, that's, I guess, where the journey of the character can go, and why a remake can sometimes help with that.
That stunt was clever. I ought to punch him in the jaw.
No need for that.
Huh?
I like the
He's
original
made-
line read from the original was like, I ought to punch him in the jaw, because like I think that was like a southern-esque accent at that time, and I thought that worked really good for the whole punching him in the jaw thing.
That was DJ Savix's actual accent. Again, I never request any specific accents from anyone.
Yeah.
Choice. He's flown the nest now. It's only right that we give him a little farewell present.
Now she becomes Uriah again, especially because she's about to directly quote him.
What do you guys think of a watch?
I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, they were saved the wrath of Poseidon this time, and this is just another transition shot that I wanted to put in there.
So, Pop and her gang are the issue right now?
Mostly.
Okay, so scenes 2 and 5, which two being the last time that we saw these two, they're in the same background, and it's implied to be the same conversation. But there's a difference here. I put a slight color filter, very subtle color filter, over the image. Because we're nearing the end of the day. We're not quite there yet, because again, I've left the background as it was in the other shots. But we're getting there. So yeah, no more orange sheets over the top of the image. Now it actually feels natural.
I've had other comments from pretty much everyone else, but that group is the worst.
You don't seem too upset about it. What's the smile for?
We did a presentation recently in English class, and Pop let loose she'd done none of the work.
I'm guessing she got punished for that.
I wasn't there to see it, but I'd have loved to see the look on
Oh, wait, actually, I've got to tell... Oh, hold on.
her makeup caked face.
Yeah, so we got the original line this time. Yeah, Nova was less keen to tell me what the kids say, I suppose. Okay, so for these scenes, one of the issues I had while rendering these videos was a lot of frames in these that would just straight up not exist, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. As it turns out, I think here we go. Some of these frames, for some reason that I don't know, end up, instead of looking like this normally, they end up like this.
Oh.
That's
yeah,
a
it was only
beautiful frame.
Yeah, it was only like 1 or 2. And I couldn't work out what was going on. And or even like, was there like an origin? Was there something that I had like messed up on? Was there a setting that I had clicked? And whenever I would try and go frame by frame, it would stop working properly. And then I realized that apparently it was the only scenes that I had that trouble with, because I went through and meticulously tried to look through the rest of the videos several times to try and find out. The only one that I had an issue with in that regard was the one that, well, the scenes that Aiden sent me. So I don't know if it was the file type or the codec I used or something.
I just use the MP4. That's what I always export it as.
Okay, well, it wasn't the file type then. It could have been the codec on my end. Yeah, so somewhere down the line, I may have done something. I haven't checked the original files from the email, so who knows if that's there or not, or it came through. But yeah, that's just one of those other edit stories. That's the reason I had to render this video like 3 times. Once overnight, once again during the day, and once again this. I was like, I'm not gonna get this out in time at this rate. I keep finding more of these. But yeah, hopefully they're all gone now. They should be.
Be careful when you go back to school. She probably want revenge on you somehow. Here we are.
Those aren't the correct birds either. Yes. Gosling Pier. I briefly showed this off, but my goodness, recognize those waves, anyone? Because that's the same background, well, the same wave from the original original moving background. We're now at the end point. Adjust the slider because again the filter. The bridge was placed separately, but it also had to be because I wanted the water to flow over it, so I actually masked over it. And also, I briefly mentioned this. Where is it? I talked about Sebastian's foot as well. If you see in the corner there, the waves actually do go underneath Sebastian's foot. And I only used this far shot once when the tide was this far out. So it was one layer that I had for this one segment. That's the only reason I bring it up, because otherwise it's going to go completely unnoticed. Like I said, the best, like the job with editing is to make sure these things aren't noticed, because when they are, it's usually because something's gone wrong.
Here we are.
Wow, it's still as huge as I remember.
Well, you haven't grown that much.
Okay, now you start to see the head tilts, the eyes. This is the scene that I was mostly working on while I was in Madrid, like in the background. Yeah, so sometimes I guess the frames can be a little bit haunting, if you will. But actually, when doing if you're not working with other people, it's actually not that bad to sync up the animated mouths to the gacha life poses if you label the files. So what I did was every time I took a screen capture where the character who is speaking has their head tilted, because Gacha Life 2 has the full 360 degrees, I just noted down what the rotation was from the head, and then when it came time to put the mouse at the top in post-production, I then was able to change the angle and just put that in manually. Not sure if that's in every editor software, but if it's in yours, I would suggest doing that. I'll probably make a tutorial at some point of all these things. I mentioned them, and I also did them on stream, but yeah, probably also show that off. Sometimes you need to do like the negative version of that, like just put negative then the number in, because if the character is, if you only have one mouth, then you have to flip it over sometimes. But otherwise, that's how that was done. Also, Bond did correctly guess what I did in this scene as far as like the waves, because they mentioned it in the premiere.
Hey, I have.
And the last thing, of course, is the sunshine filter at the top of this. I found at one point this like tutorial about lighting, because that's one thing that I still struggle with within these videos. Like Alpha Academy is the only time I've really dabbled in doing so. This is more of an overlay than anything else, but yes.
I mean, hey, I appreciate the attempt at lighting. I mean, I'm not good at lighting, but hey, you know, I mean, it's your first major attempt, and
Yeah,
as
I do
more
like
as
this
the
one,
more
and you
time
can
that
tell a
the more
difference.
time that goes on, it'll work. And like, plus always implementing at least like easy to do, like low effort, you know, kind of lighting like this, you know, that isn't super noticeable, still works in the context of the fact that you're still trying a form of
Yeah.
lighting.
It's easy to do when it actually works, because sometimes Farrah Packer wouldn't. But yeah,
Yeah.
I managed to get it to function this time and sort of try to mimic the sky background a little bit. Because the background of the sky background is, of course, moving at this point, so it's not going to stay constant. But yeah, like I thought, okay, when the character rotates around, I don't want it to just be like, you know, painted over the side of the head like a screenshot. Sebastian will turn around at some point, and the line from the sun is going to stay where it is, and that was the idea. Yeah, and it is noticeable when you see the original what they look like, and it is different to this. But yeah, this is I'm glad I was able to do this because I remember when Monet did that call with us and talked about like some of the issues with the Mutant Girl, and mentioned how the Mutant Girl was sort of that might be being held back by the lack of innovation from it, because a lot of the more the more trending gacha the mini movies or series or whatever, most of the time have very, very obvious animated poses and lip syncing, because lip syncing, again, the way that the mouse look is a lot different. You can tell a lot of those things, and that was something that I always thought was it was an interesting step if you want to do that, but ultimately unnecessary. That's what was always my impression. But because of the way that they were perceived and appreciated, having that next level of innovation, according to her, was something that
Also, this is just a thing for all future mouse and stuff like that. When you have like the stationary mouse, instead of making the mouth outlines be the same as like the skin outlines, it's probably best to make the mouth outlines solid black.
Okay, that's fair enough.
The animated
Before I know my train of thought, Aiden. So yeah, so for a while, what Monet was saying was sort of like a wall that I didn't think I could scale, partly because of time reasons. I'm only dedicating enough time to this kind of thing.
Why you don't want to like make a live 2D version of Mutant Girl with fully animated stuff, fully eyes, like a good lighting engine, like have a full on production like that? You don't want to just do that. You don't.
Yeah, see that's the thing. For a while, that felt like the only frontier. BB did defend me in that stream and say that, you know, when the Mutant Girl first came out, the innovation was the fact that it was voice acted, and I used animated voices and animated mouths in the first place. But yeah, it felt like people had since caught up, and you know there was no more scales to go. And it's not like I try to actively, you know, say like, oh, I must be like at the top of this. If I can break a record here or there, then I will absolutely do that. But other than that, I feel like most of the time I seem to be, you know, fairly comfortable where I am. It's because sort of like how Rosie Closey moved to animation out of like the advice to do better, and then like that took a complete toil on her mental health for like 3 years after that.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen. So for a while, for those reasons, I stayed away from that. It felt like a wall I couldn't climb. That is until Gacha Life 2 came out. And as soon as Gacha Life 2 emerged, I was able to do things like this, where it's just like, oh yeah, he's looking here with a, you know, he's made a cheeky remark, and he's just like, oh yeah, I'm just standing here, haha, yes. Or just going from one smooth sort of pose to the next that isn't completely different, not having to switch over to just the defaults, have your brain fill in those gaps. I can follow the philosophy of acting is reacting. And on top of that, I just recently figured out that you can do all that with animated mouths if you have knowledge of post-production. which after 5 years of making the Mutant Girl, I 100% do. So finally, I was able to follow that advice that I had intentionally avoided, because suddenly there was an avenue to make something look like this. So once again, this video has become the peak of my visual abilities.
I mean,
This time
honestly,
to that statement, but for now, it stands.
but like the thing is, when it comes to visual abilities, like in video editing skills, like I feel like people are always going to improve. Like I think we're always going to generally improve in small and big ways. Like maybe Fallen Angels, for example, visually hasn't had a massive facelift, but if you look at the finer details in Fallen Angels, they're there. Like the improvements are there if you actually like pay attention to it.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because as I mentioned before, the Kaiser Neko philosophy of editing is if you don't notice what's going on, then you've done your job
Yeah.
correctly. But Gacha kind of set the opposite precedent for many years, because as people focus on the artistry of it rather than the storycraft, they make the story sort of serve the evolution of their art and not the other way around. I would have done this scene if it weren't for the fact that, I'd already seen it, I want to improve it, and this is just a case of me trying to show off that, oh, hey, I can do this. Like, I feel like even without that, in the context of the video, all this stuff serves a purpose. We're going to see the passage of time in a second to that fade that, I was so impressed that I was able to do back in the day, just on a much grander scale with the only moving background that is in Gacha Life 2, which proves they have the tech to do so, by the way. And that's the purpose. I think the editing and the visuals are there to serve the story, not the other way around. By all means, show off, but always make sure to make sure that is in aid of the characters, the plot, whatever it might be. And again, even if you can't do that, always choose story. Like I said, that's why we're here 5 years later.
Especially, I always like come at videos and like come at videos from a story perspective, and like with like my story based stuff, I always come from a story based perspective, because like honestly, at the end of the day, I'm more personally more of a writer than technically like a visuals person. Like my visuals aren't very flashy. I just try to, and like at the end of the day, I don't ever think I will be like a purely visual person. Like, oh man, like I have ideas of what could be visually cool, but then I'm like, I don't know if I can even do that. So,
well, that's both the similarity and the difference between you and I, because like, yeah, we both started off from a position of writing. I said this before, but the one thing that I had going for me when I started making Gacha videos at all, but Mutant Girl especially, was my ability to write. So that's, like I had the characters, I had the ability to set up the episode. There's a one, I had the story premise, I had the general plan, and I had a vision of the slice of life. And from that point, people kept tuning in, especially because even updating monthly, which was my goal at the time, that was still quite a long time in the grand scheme of Gacha series at that point, because most of the people were making them in like a week or something, or in a couple of afternoons. I mean, Taming the Bad Boy was just, that was done and over with very quickly. But with the Mutant Girl, even if it didn't garner like a huge audience, people stuck around, and that's why we're still here. It has an active community. It's it kind of it kind of captures the feeling of the old Apple community versus the new one. The new one, I don't see as many, derivative works or fan-made things or art or anything. Whereas back in the day, oh my goodness, it was something else. I should know I was part of that. So that's the difference for me, versus like, like a cult following versus, mass appeal, if you will. But yeah, like but then the difference, of course, from what you said is that where you sort of like convince yourself, even in the sentence, that what you had in mind is impossible. I always try and figure it out. So, like when I wrote Puppy Love, for example, that was with the understanding an idea that it would be Shorty doing the doing all the visuals, and so I just kind of went crazy with that. And at the time, Shorty was far better than me. She'd recently had a massive improvement spike with season 2 of Taming the Bad Boy, and I was like, "Well, where did this come from?" Okay, all right. Well, I'm handing this to you since you wanted to help out with this, and so I kind of went crazy with all that. What happened? Shorty dropped out, and I was stuck with a thing that I thought was impossible, and suddenly it was like, well, I guess I could do things this way or that way, and then try to find workarounds. And again, as I learn more things and figure out all these things, suddenly it opens more doors. Discovering masking last year was a game changer for me because I've used it ever since in ways that one would not always expect, which again is the goal. And here we are. That's basically it. So I feel like, I mean, I've never used your particular program. I don't know the scopes of it necessarily, but I'm sure. But there might be some ways if you have like a visual idea that you think you want to do, and then and then it's like, oh well, I don't know how to do this. Maybe there might be a tutorial out there of some kind that might help. If there isn't, then something vaguely similar might help.
Yeah, but I will say a major difference between you and me is, especially like early on, and just in my early on and in general, I tend to take criticism very hard, but I also tend to got a lot more, and like people tend to be less optimistic when it comes to me for some reason sometimes. And
Yeah.
like in my experience, that also makes me not want to try stuff because it's like, yeah, I could try stuff, but then the moment it's not perfect or not as good, I'm gonna get a whole bunch of flack for it, and then it's gonna be like, oh great, I went out of my way to try something that went horribly wrong, or that didn't go as well as it could have, and now I'm getting all the flack, and then it's like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Especially because also motivation tends to be a problem, because like if I want to do something more difficult and more artsy, that more difficult and artsy thing will take longer, and my motivation tends to come and go, which could hurt the project as a whole, because then it'll like be waiting periods, and then it'll be like, I've got to do this, and it'll feel more like work instead of something I want to do, if that makes any sense, instead of something I genuinely want to do and care about, which is the only way I could do stuff.
Yeah, and I have pondered for years like the different variety of reasons why why you get more flag for stuff than I do.
Yeah,
I mean by all means, I know that we all clown each other in a friend sort of way, but that's different between that and then the audience. And again, in the spirit of trying to be fair and balanced, to highlight the positives as well. I think the only concrete answer I got, I think, was actually also from Monet during that conversation, because we mentioned Fallen Angels there too. And I think at the time she said that even if the musical contradicting her sentence before about like how it's not like that, wasn't that innovative at the time, she then said that she saw like a clear like constant improvement from my side. So I think it's so, if we take that statement at face value and we pretend it doesn't contradict the idea that Mutant Girl has stagnated at that point, then maybe it's just getting over that initial threshold, and that might open up the doors for you as soon as people realize that something's happened. Which now saying that out loud means I guess they'd have to notice. I mean, to some extent, people are going to notice.
I mean, also another aspect
but
between, like, I got a lot of comparisons between Mutant Girl and Fallen Angels, but Fallen Angels and Mutant Girl take on very different genres, and that was always one of those things where it's like people, I don't think, fully clocked that when talking about them. Was like, they're both very different genre shows and very different, because like I took on like the very supernatural drama, like with sadness and like stuff like that, when you took more of a slice of life, versus you took more of a slice of life with some sci-fi, with some
school shenanigans that had quite a bit more comedicness, but then like people like weren't treating them like they're two very different genre shows. Because if you've watched any supernatural drama show, if people watch any supernatural drama show, I'm pretty sure they're gonna see a lot of aspects that are actually in Fallen Angels that I took from those shows.
I think I actually can explain. I think I actually can explain this one. I think what happened was, especially because of the connections once that became obvious behind the scenes, but even in front of the scenes at the time, because a lot of people who found your gacha videos found you through the Mutant Girl, they probably were expecting something similar and did not receive that. It's sort of like Buffy versus Angel in a sense. Like, yeah, you can tell the connection between them, but the tones being so remarkably different. If you go from one expecting the other, then that's always going to happen.
Yeah.
Which,
I mean,
I guess the reverse is Josh. Josh found Fallen Angels first and then went to the Mutant Girl, so it'd be interesting to get his perspective on that. But yeah, for the most part, it seems to have gone that way. That's probably it. Oh, I don't know what's happening.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. Special thanks to everyone for these magnificent...
Yeah, but like, I don't know, like for me especially, I do like when it comes to like Fallen Angels and stuff, like the one aspect I really like about it is the fact that it is somewhat a genre show, and we actually get to see a different kind of genre, which makes the Butterverse seem more diverse in its genres instead of just the same genre over and over again, because, you know, universe.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, there weren't that many shows at the time, of course, but yeah.
I mean, personally, I would like to see some other genres. Like, I've thought about like a horror theme / creature that came from the deep or whatever kind of style of thing, where it's like some people at a facility and maybe try to do some like horror theme stuff, which I thought about doing recently. But it's like, oh, that kind of be interesting. Like, it's research based.
I actually came up with a new superhero idea as well. And I've mentioned doing superhero stuff many times, but yeah, I think I did actually find something. But hey, I might mention that later, or I might actually have to go because I have lost out enough sleep already.
True.
Haven't grown that much.
Hey, I have.
That I'm really proud of. Sebastian's eyes following Morwenna as she jumps up and down. That was one image. I took most of the screenshots with both of them there because Gacha Life 2, again, you can reposition the characters in the air at the time, like moving the x-axis, and they're still locked in position. That's another thing you can do. Again, Gacha Life 2, for all of its problems, there are moments where it really comes through for me, and that's why
Mutant X. Oh my gosh. Kennedy says hi. I'm Morwenna from Dimension Mutant X.
Oh, good grief.
Uh-huh.
Not going that deep into superhero stuff.
Yeah, still not happening. Give it like 5 more years.
Shut up.
I'll tell you something that's changed though. Remember what you used to do on the way here?
Yep, I used to.
I lost the Afmouse sound effect and couldn't find it again, so I had to replace with a generic anime one. I was very disappointed in myself.
Hey, at least you didn't get a teleport sound effect.
Yeah. Also, you'll be pleased to know this filter is 25% grayscale.
Yay! Listen, okay, because I like these kind of flashbacks. Because I hate the black and white flashbacks. Like personally, okay, so like you're gonna get a lot of like the flashback gradient in the next episode of Fallen Angels, but I do it just enough where if you look from the flashback to the present day stuff, there's a clear difference. You're like, oh man, this looks slightly off. But it's not enough where it's like, oh my god, they're in the 1950s all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like it looks slightly different where you could tell there's something going on, but not crazy enough where it's like, yeah, all the color's gone all of a sudden.
Drag it
Although side note, I have thought about the idea of a black and white show, or like a show that fades to black and white, like a detective noir thing. That has been something I thought about. That would be like a very stylized thing where it's like the beginning starts in color, but then as soon as the mystery begins, it fades to black and white. You see the main character be like, I have a job.
If you're a narrator for a detective noir, I've got you covered.
That's definitely what
I always knew this was gonna be my destiny. One day, with one raspy voice, over the sounds of a microphone, and potentially some brass music, whatever instrument it is that plays in the background of all of these. That was my destiny. Yes, sirree. My name is Detective Whatever, and this is my
Also,
first
you
case.
didn't. Also, you forgot to do one thing I suggested with this video. Mention that we're auditioning people for a Spanish dub of Mutant Girl.
Oh, we're just being fired about a minute ago.
I'm like, well, it would have been nice in an actual video, you baka. I swear.
Not.
Also, again, I love all the details of Sebastian notices first, so he stops sooner. Sides Geneva keep walking. Silas stops Geneva, and
Why?
she's perfectly positioned there. Oh wow, she has a crossfade where
she's crossfading.
It wasn't just a stick.
Silas points. Sebastian's been laughing the whole time. And Moena, meanwhile, just been doing this. I imagine that's what all my relatives were doing at this time. I was focused and I was looking at the floor the whole time, but I imagine they were all just silently laughing the entire way there.
That thing was at least the size of you.
And I actually resized it so that it could be.
It was hilarious to see you so determined to look basically a tree behind you.
What would have been even better if you could do that is if you actually mapped out a trail in the effects. Like, mapped out a trail and made it slightly darker. Like, there's a little indent in the sand now where, like, she's dragging it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're probably running out of time. I get
yeah,
it. I'm just bringing it up in a thing from a hindsight perspective. I think it would have been nice to see
you know something. You know how people said before that like I'm the voice in their heads when they're criticizing themselves, which is like, oh my goodness, what have I done to this generation?
What have you done, Jacob Butterman?
Yeah, but actually, I've kind of realized. I think you're the voice in my head that pulls me back sometimes because I was considering for a while. I mean, first of all, I wanted extras for this bit, which is why I asked for submissions, but, you know, wasn't able to include them. But even then, I was going to be like, okay, well, the point of this originally was that she was trying to do a trail, which means that instead of all the footprints, which means there would be footprints. What if the characters just left footprints every single step they took?
Oh no!
Then in my head, your voice just went to me, Jacob, turn it back. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, I would have just did the trail, honestly. That's all what I would have did.
Yeah.
Like, dang, that would be too much. Like, I would be like, no, don't do that. Don't do. Imagine all the footprints. How would that even work? Like, would you also have to apply footprints to every part of the video by that logic?
Either that, or I would just like zoom in so I wouldn't have to see people's feet. One or the other.
Yeah.
And there's the difference. That, by the way, that was an animated pose. I tried animated poses, and ultimately, it turns out that like, the still frames work better because the jumping thing I did later. So, yeah, the one animated pose that I did in this whole video, and that was it.
That was before my tail grew, right?
The tail can move by itself, and she can like curl it up and grab it, and there's like. I've waited for that for so long because I've always said she has like more like articulation control than is able to be presented, and now we can actually present it.
Yep, you then dragged that around instead, even though it didn't reach the ground. You used to crouch like this.
Okay, also, this was Bond's custom poses were how all the walking was done, but obviously they didn't do like one for everything. They didn't know that I was going to do like an ooh cross like this the whole time, or that I was going to lug up a tree or anything. So for those ones, I actually did exactly what Aiden feared having to do the whole time. I modified every single one of those poses twice. 24 modifications to get these just right so that they could still be walking the same way, but be positioned differently.
Ready to head back now?
Nah, let's stay a little while longer.
The one thing I wanted to do for this part was have them actually look towards the sea, but the problem was that flipping them over would have meant that Sebastian, because they were on the same layer, would have meant that Sebastian would have just like whizzed like over to the other side, It's like I can't have that. So they got a face behind. They can listen to the sea by themselves. They like to hear the waves and not see them. That's it. Also, I retracted the waves because the tide went out. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
And this part was actually this is the reason that Quasi has credit, by the way. The sunset filter worked well. The night one, not so much. So Quasi actually illuminated the moon, which is from a different
Do the stars move?
background. The stars do move because the stars. This is in Gacha Life 2. There is one moving background at the very beginning, and that's this one. Obviously, without the desert
and the ocean
sandland that I used for this, without the pyramids in the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that normally. That sunset before, that was actually a transition shot that I had from an earlier Alphawitch Academy episode. But and the moon was from a different gacha background, but Quadzi brightened it up artificially and then did this edit. I sent just this portion to her, and then she gave that back. So Quadzi gets an enter credit. There you go. And I've noticed that she like illuminated the actual bridge as well. Now that is detail. Nice. I changed the color of the bridge. I kept the filter of the actual pier and the sand and everything. That part was me, but the rest of it was Quadzi. I thought it'd be better to have them. Yeah, I thought it'd be better to have the shot so we could actually see what they were doing much more. But you got to see this as a spectacle. Again, it used to be my favorite shot in the original, and I think it's my favorite shot in the remake as well.
Some anime stuff. I think this.
Yeah.
Pulled from
here I was gonna have that was gonna put like a foreground over as if it was seen from Sebastian's car. Remember, Sebastian's car was a convertible, and scrap the idea. I also was gonna have Sebastian see Moena through like the mirror that you see later, and just see like how she was like half asleep in the car, like smiling to herself, and like he smiles too. Didn't have time to film it. Yeah, that mirror. Is it is pointing upwards? That would have been a nightmare to try. And that was your request after 3 months later, because it wasn't clear that how much time had passed. Because again, most of this was over the course of one day, so I completely understand that. Also, that piano tune we just heard is Piano Dream number 8 by Lola Astanova. And remember when I said that the original piano track was so synonymous to me with this episode, and when I found out it was copyrighted, I was actually gutted because of it. I was like, how am I gonna correct this? I got a notification or a recommendation, whatever one it was, of that song. Lola Astanova is somebody I've taken like music from before for these projects. Like since the end of season 2, actually. Again, what it's a piano YouTuber, and so he has original compositions too, as I've just found, mostly because he would do covers of classical music that would not get copyrighted. So I was like, yeah, perfect. But this one, as soon as I heard it, I was like, this is, without even looking for anything, before I even started my search, this is what I was looking for. So it was a pure strike of just, whatever divine being out there intervened. Thank you for that one. And yes, that 3 months later thing, as people have guessed, is the exact same one.
Yeah. Well, we discussed it on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like this was a thing discussed on stream, but just to reiterate here, so at the end of episode 5, it stated, hey, next weekend, do you want to go to the beach? Cool. So we know Sebastian's in town. They're going to the beach like this Saturday. That whole thing is stated. But then they go to the beach. But then the way the scenes were ordered last time was this was the end scene. There was no indicator that time has passed. And then it's like, oh, hey, we have Mark's party next week. But then Jacob also said at one point, oh yeah, these were the summer holidays, even though like in Britain,
Yeah,
like
this took
summer
place over the summer holidays. Was the
even though summer holidays, keep in mind, are like a week in Britain or like 2 weeks.
No, they're not.
Oh, how long are they?
No, you just kind of guessed that because you thought that I didn't understand about summer holidays. No, I did. I just didn't make the time
Yeah.
gap clear.
Oh yeah, because the time gap, I just hated the fact it wasn't clear because it felt like it was like, okay, next week
Summer holidays
or
here
like
are more like
next
6
day.
weeks.
Yeah, next day, bam, summer. Summer's over. Or summer's over. Now we're going to the next of the plot. It's like it felt really abrupt. So now adding at least specifying that 3 months later, bam, we have specified a time frame.
Yeah, there aren't that many time jumps in Mutant Girls seasons, particularly, but the ones that there are a couple important ones that are there. It's kind of like Dragon Ball in a sense.
Yeah, although I personally would have had more time in the summer. Like even like with the structure of this episode, only one episode takes place during the summer. I was like, I
Well,
personally
if we
would
do
have.
a novelization, we can fix that.
Yeah, no, in the novelization it would be fixed, but in the season itself, it would have been nice if we had at least 2 or 3 episodes during case of the summer, and then we had the rest. Obviously, if episode count like gets a bit tricky, but it's like one of those things where it's like, it would
I
have
think
been
summer itself was actually almost over
Yeah.
at this point too.
It would have been more. It would have been nice to have some acknowledgement of summer and like getting some summer activities. Like maybe we get to see like some time with Raina and Julius, kind of seeing what their summer's like, what they do over summer. Maybe a family vacation episode. Some sort of concept like that would have been nice in season 1 specifically.
Yeah.
Did you guys
There you go. 3 notifications. They all got the text at the same time.
get like a text from Moet?
Yep, inviting us to his birthday party next week. Does this mean we cancel the operation, Pop?
Oh, I like her hand. Her hand's drawn.
Yeah, and again, I know you can't see the text, but I mean, Emily went through the effort of putting this in. So
Keep in mind, it is kind of blurred, but it's fine. We at least see the fact that there was a text.
yeah,
You know,
it
and
says,
it's like,
"Hey guys, I want to invite you all to my birthday party. It's on Saturday." I can't read the last word.
Yeah, I think.
Huh?
Personally.
Yeah.
What is it?
No cancellation, Terry. Just a...
Oh yeah, this is where I said I made a mistake when it comes to the hand edit. So remember this background?
Yeah.
This hand? Yeah.
Huh? What is it?
No cancellation, Terry. Just a
What she
delay.
moves in the
This
background doesn't
invite was
change.
sent to a group chat.
Yeah, he does that every year.
Yeah, but look who else has been added this time.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Birthday party. You.
Also, yeah, you, Kai. They're the only ones there.
Oh my god, she has more on his number, but she has a freak show in parentheses.
Yeah, again, in my
That's a
mind,
Discord chat. Dang.
yeah, in my, I didn't say what social media they use to the group chat. I just said a group chat. Works just fine. But yeah, I didn't have that to say. Yeah, showing this off in this way kind of ruins the subtlety of that because we see Moena's name directly there and Freak Show in brackets. That I think is probably the only downgrade I have from the original to the remake.
I don't know because I like the for starters like the hands drawn, which it looks really nice. But I do like how we get to see text, and keep in mind it's only on screen for a second. It's not like it's on screen for like say like a minute. Like it's not like we had several dialogues, several moments to focus on. It's like just additional little detail, additional little fun thing.
I mean, yeah,
That's
okay,
it.
fine. If this aired on TV, then sure. But I mean, again, for a YouTube series, people can do exactly what I'm doing right now. They can go frame by frame as well. So
Yeah, but I just plus again, like I like the implementation of art. Like Ghosty does a lot of art with her backgrounds and stuff like that, and like I'm jealous when it comes to like people like her and Emily, where it's like, yeah, they have great artistry. It's like if I had great artistry, honestly, I would do what Ghosty's doing and implement as much art and as much customness as I physically can, because like that's one of the downsides of me where it's like I don't have the ability to draw like other people where I can't do stuff like that. So I find it nice when I see like people do that kind of stuff because it shows like, you know, a talent that's really impressive, and it's really nice to enhance the quality of an episode, the visual media.
Oh yeah, no,
that,
and
that I don't
again,
have, fortunately.
I understand that, and again, I didn't remove this. I understand.
I know,
how it's
but
gonna
like, and I
feel.
get your point, but like, I still feel like it's ultimately better like
Yes,
this.
but if it, as long as it doesn't like detract from something, because that's when it becomes a problem if you just add too many details. I think I've probably reviewed videos that have that do that a lot, where it's like, oh yeah, this is technically impressive, but it goes against the story in some way. This doesn't go against the story, it kind of just goes against the subtlety of the original line. But speaking of the original line,
Get your best party outfits ready. We have a freak show to attend.
boom, much better. Much better. That was what I was looking for the whole time. Just we have a freak show to attend, and let everyone else be like, oh no, something is about to go down, and then there we go. Also, this end card was actually originally drawn by Miller. Again, it's one of the things that I got as a complete random. So yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of Miller there until someone else randomly gives me an end card, and then I use that one instead. But there you have it, the remake and the original, plus a bit of fan fiction. 5 years later. Finally got to that point. But yeah, well, I'm trying to center myself. You're in the... We're doing that. Okay. Again, I was unsure of how to start this video, and I'm also unsure of how to end it. Because again, how do you wrap up 5 years worth of personal evolution on my end, actual growth, reflections, regrets, improvements, and just the general desire to have a story, and the community that has grown since. There's not really musical number. Well, funny you should say that. I just had a piano here this whole time, and I was just waiting for the cue. Yeah, unfortunately, no. I mean, I could write a song, but for later. Delayed. But yeah, and again, all of that, I guess, is the proof of the truth of the matter is that you can't really summarize all of that. I mean, other than just to say, thank you to everyone. The people, like I said before, people have kept watching this all the way through. New people continue to discover it because it keeps updating, and that's brilliant to see. One of the things that fascinates me about long-running TV shows is the different ways that they evolve. Whether it's just because the times have changed when they were first started airing, so the nature of their humor or commentary or whatever has changed. If it's live action, the characters, of course, keep aging, so they have to continue to some extent. There's also that or just whether or not decide to keep an amateur show, keep the characters the same age or not, or see how they actually grow. There's many ways to do it, and there's many things you can say about like the people who created it or the people who are involved. Because whatever the stuff is in the story, life itself continues. And
how dare life continue though?
I mean,
how dare?
Sometimes it does feel like that.
How dare?
But yeah, we draw from our experiences and we put them together. And again, this is just the power of gacha is that it gives people the means to do that. what Aiden said before rings true. I can't draw. If I tried to do animated series of some kind, then I would have
Stick
failed
figures.
miserably.
They would be stick figures. Hello.
Exactly. Which, you can do. There is some sort of charm to that, but yeah, no.
Hi, I am the angel stick figure man. Woo! I'm here.
Yeah.
Blah blah.
Just
Fighting fate. Ah.
It's actually something that that I've wanted to do since I was a child was make make my own cartoons because I really
You know
love
what I think would be
cartoons on
funny
TV.
though? What if we did like
And
a
here we are.
Lemons version of Fallen Angels? Like the Afghan Lemons. We took stick figures and just like slid them on the screen. Stick figure lemon recap of Fallen Angels. Baby Adam.
Hello everyone, it's me, Harvey. Brownies for everyone. Pew 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 pew. Brownie gun. Pew 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 pew. Like I don't know.
The character just spinning around like wee.
Yeah, just spinning around, brownies flying in all directions.
Adam's like fight scene initiated. And then like he's like fight scene initiated. Bum, 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 bum. Just sticking fingers are just like slamming into each other like ponies. Like
just as no one wants to see.
That'd be hilarious.
Oh yeah. Right.
You have like these really like sillily drawn angry faces like
yeah. Anyway, back to the sappy sentimental stuff. So yeah, like I said before, I wanted to do like my own cartoons of some extent, and
I want a Fallen Angels anime one day.
Here we are. Yeah, well,
anime version of Fallen Angels would be amazing. Anime fight scenes.
I mean, I suppose, yeah. I'm not against the idea of being turned into cartoons. I'm just saying that I wouldn't be able to do it myself in this particular way. That's why I was so happy when Jay and Natasha showed me Gacha in the first place, and then helped out initially.
Yeah.
And
well, I think Gacha has potential, too. Unlike Toko Live, which I don't think has potential.
Well, yeah, okay, that's a whole other.
I know you're like, oh, Toko Life may have. No, it doesn't. Toko Life can't have potential, especially because if you want to tell something serious in Toko Life, like, oh god.
Didn't you say the same like? I mean, I feel like you kind of had the same idea about Gacha when.
But Toko Life is explicitly for children. Gacha is mostly for children. I mean,
Gacha's meant for children, but the community.
But like, if you've seen like a lot of designs in Gacha, you can make a Gacha design look extremely serious with the colors and like design aspects. Versus, I don't think you can really make a Toko Life design ultra serious in any form or fashion.
Probably not, because all of the serious expressions are the cartoony presets.
Yeah, just like rawr. It's just like, okay. Like, imagine your serious style of writing on a Toko Life character.
I wouldn't say that I'm overly serious. I have serious.
Okay, but you can be serious, and like even your silly moments can still have a level of grounding. Like that's something that's like with your visuals and your writing in general. Your writing always has some level of grounding.
Yeah, that's what the Mutant Girl is overall. It's a dramedy. It can have the comedic elements, especially because back in the day, it was either you were super edgy or you just like bonkers crazy, and there was usually no in between. I guess the Mutant Girl was sort of the.
I personally prefer like a more subtle kind of comedy, or like something like where you have comedic moments highlighting into an actual story. Because like I don't know, my thing with like writing explicitly comedies is like, if you write a pure comedy and the comedy isn't good, you fail. The story inherently fails. Where if you write
there's a YouTuber called Cynical Reviews that said there's nothing worse than a bad comedy because you can't even laugh at how bad it is by the very nature of what it is.
Yeah, but if you write a good drama or story or like like something along those lines and have comedic elements, comedic moments, and comedic elements highlighting it, no matter what happens with the specific comedy, you'll always fall back on the story. Heck, let's talk about like Avatar: The Last Airbender, for example. There were moments in that show where I feel like they tried to be comedic. Like it was like crap. What was one of the major episodes where like I think they kind of failed in the comedic level at times? Well, the Great Divide, yeah, but the Great Divide isn't a great example in general. But like a decent episode that is marred by poor comedic timing and poor comedic elements
The
right.
first episode of where they went to what's it called? The place, King Boomy's place.
Oh, Amashu.
Yeah, Amashu. So with Amashu, like for example, in the early episode, we get like this old man Aang bit, which really isn't that funny, or at least to me.
Katara's responses, though, but
yeah, but it's put in an episode that has a lot of good moments, a lot of good plot, and while some of the moments of Boomy don't always land, some do, some don't, it's still an interesting concept and good episode because there's interesting stuff happening within it, not just any potential good or bad comedy. And that's what ultimately makes stuff like that succeed, rather than, if Avatar was a completely comedic show and there's moments where half the comedy completely fell on its face, and it's like, okay, this episode isn't that funny at all.
Yeah.
I don't care.
My Street has, the two extremes of intense comedy and intense drama, and also mixtures of both. That's probably also why I prefer, seasons 3 and 5 particularly, because they're the ones that are the most balanced in those aspects. Also Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, again, rubbing up right now, rest in peace Toriyama, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dragon Ball particularly was again one of the first examples trying to combine a comedy with an action comic. And look how far that idea went. But yeah, with with stories, I like making people, experience the whole gambit of emotions. I think people laugh
Sad,
as much as
happy,
make them
mad.
cry. Yeah, you can laugh and you can cry. You can think and you can feel. That you experience the I say this all the time, but you experience the high moments so that the sad moments hit more, and vice versa. That's the balance
what
that I think
also
a lot of
helps
people.
stuff like with the Mutant Girls, since it's such a long running show. One aspect is, I feel like the viewers and like even us as writers have really come to humanize the characters. I guess like the characters don't really feel like fictional characters that don't exist. They feel like real people on a certain level.
That
And I
is like
think
the
that's
ultimate goal of a lot
yeah.
of stories.
And it's like they feel like people. Especially because with long running shows, the longer show runs, the more time it gives you to spend time with these people, rather than just a single season where it's like you could see them as people, but
Yeah.
not for very long. Versus here, where it's
Or
like
they become caricatures themselves if you do it wrong.
yeah, but like since they exist for so long, we ultimately get to see them as people and human beings that people connect with on an emotional level, rather than the fact that they're just technically on a speaking level, they're just words on a document that we have a random VA come in, record the words, send us the words, and then we take a random person on a digital screen and just make their mouth move on occasion. On a technical level, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Instead of an actual human being, it's like, nah, words on a screen. They're not that deep.
Yeah, when you boil those concepts down, difference between voice acting and reading from a script. Yeah. But yeah, that's ultimately always the goal. And again, the fact people have stuck around for 5 years means that hopefully, in part, that goal has been achieved. People like to discuss, they like to theorize.
I mean, what's always kind of been a dream of
sad.
mine is like kind of the My Street effect, because like the thing is, even just casually, I'll reference characters from My Street or something like that. Like I'll be able to reference even stories I like. I'll be able to reference certain characters or ideas from those stories.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what, at the end of the day, I want stuff like Fallen Angels or any story I produce or even help with, in this case of like helping with the Mutant Girl, is the fact that I want people to actually be able to look at them and like reference the characters or story beats or the ideas in it in a context outside of the show itself, in maybe the greater world, or in context of talking about another show. And that's ultimately what I want, like with especially ultimately like to leave an impact on people.
I remember that you also said once that one of your goals, we were watching AFMAL at the time, I think it was during an AFMAL Thursday, back when we used to do those. You mentioned how your how one of your goals with this was that you wanted your characters to to be like the ones in Magic, not like on an actual character level. I mean,
Yeah.
like how they were perceived. Like, you know, leave that kind of impact was like I want to have like a range of characters who people really identify with. You know, make fan art of, theorize about, all those things that I mentioned before.
Talk about something more.
Yeah.
Than just
I think
like, you know, I saw a video once with this character. Okay, I'm cool, whatever. You know, like something like, oh, this reminds me how this character reacted in this one scenario because it's super memorable and cool.
Yeah, and the thing is that seems to have happened. I mean, we've seen in the reactors as well, and how they discuss things like in the moment, but sometimes people will just reference a thing that one of our characters did at some point, and usually because they know that we're around, but the fact that they even do it in the first place is
well, it's the fact
already
that any
remarkable.
aspect was memorable, like certain lines, like even like the
Yeah, or
song
story
lines,
beat,
like
anything.
give it a shot. Like sometimes that will be just referenced
Or
as a
saying
casual
wings.
thing.
People keep saying wings all over again. That's a whole meme in itself.
Yeah, it's just like it's something, you know, more, you know, or mentioning brownies in relation to maybe, you know, that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah,
That will
or
come
back
up.
in the day, the neutral meme, because
Yeah, I
that
mean,
one
it's
was one that I
still a
couldn't escape
meme.
for some
It's
time.
still a meme, to be fair. People still reference it. I still like it a lot.
Yeah, I just mean the difference is that you weren't around for when it was like at its apex, because that was one thing that was difficult to escape. Then again, you also were part of you contributed to that because you kept on asking me to reference it all the time. But again, that means that something resonated. But yeah, that's
Well, I mean, that's probably why a lot of shows introduced the idea of catchphrases and stuff. You know, something recognizable.
Oh yeah,
for the
that's
show.
100% one of the reasons. Yeah.
I mean, heck, people reference the Urkel line. Did I do that a lot? Still, like that's still a very relevant thing, even though it was
Yeah,
from a very
most
long
people
time
probably
ago.
haven't even seen Family Matters,
Yeah.
but they still know that quote. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, catchphrases are kind of important, or like certain lines if they become important enough.
Yeah, I don't remember a single like gacha character that had a catchphrase before Julius. Again, I could have missed that because, like I said before, my reach for gacha was very limited.
Maybe. Well,
But I
to
don't
be
know.
fair, a lot of gacha characters kind of came and went, so it was kind of hard inherently to establish a catchphrase if they make a total of like 7 total appearances, and they may say the catchphrase like 3 out of those 7 appearances, and it's like, yeah, that's not really a long-standing thing. It's they're kind of in the ether now forever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably why this also reached the position of longest running gacha series, because it got there like, by my estimate, like a year and a half after its production started. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not long anymore,
Too
because
bad I can't be. Too bad. Well, so far my series
Most
is the
people just-
second longest running, momentarily.
I think you're third actually, because I think Chrono Mines is still going. I've got to check that
Is
actually.
Chrono Mines going? I don't know. Maybe third. But yeah, no.
I'll check that.
Because
for you.
like I say currently, specifying because currently the Music Freaks is on hiatus, and the Music Freaks
okay, yeah, that's
the
also a
Music
good point.
the Music Freaks predates Fallen Angels by
Hmm.
like I think like 7 or 8 months.
Yeah, the Mutant
Like-
Girl, the show, predates Rosie's entire channel.
Yeah, no, but like inherently, like yeah, no, like I think it started maybe early 2020 or something. You know, it's like it predates. It's after the
It started
Music
mid 2020, I think, like
it's after
July
the
time.
Music Freak, depending on, but the Music Freak isn't currently going, so I'm saying it's still longer running because it's still technically ongoing. The Music Freaks
Okay.
is just on a hiatus temporarily, so if it ever does come back, it's now.
Yeah, if Oreo's Witch Academy ever gets a second season, I'm doomed, because that was promised a long time ago in like a teaser video, and I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, if a teaser came out years ago and then it still hasn't been developed on, and there's no news of it, like if the creator doesn't
Yeah,
ever bring it
until
up.
such a time, I maintain it. But yeah,
Yeah.
there also used to be a series called The Five Gods that was that was technically before me, but it got deleted. The original one got deleted and they got remade.
If a video gets deleted, it doesn't count.
Yeah, which is also why I don't delete the originals, because if I delete the original series, that means the record is no longer
Well,
mine.
I mean, then it's gonna hurt your view counter, and it's still important to keep the originals. Like when I do remakes, I take them out of the season 1 playlist. Technically, they're in it. They're like the season.
Yeah,
the
same here.
original. The originals are in a giant playlist on my channel, basically where every episode is located. But that's only because every episode is located there. But in the season 1 playlist, inherently, you don't have the originals; you have the remakes. Listen, if you're gonna watch season 1, watch the remakes over the original if there is a remake.
Yeah, I've done that too. Also, BB, we're literally
about to wrap up. Trust me,
we're wrapping up right now. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, another example of BB, somebody who I met through the AFML wiki, and then graciously agreed to join, especially when out of nowhere there was someone randomly decided, hey, have this server. You're now a production company. Then I really felt like AFML. It's like, oh, okay, this suddenly got a whole lot more serious.
Well, to be fair, Angel Light Studios just kind of came out of nowhere. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Angel Light Studios existed in a form where it didn't really have a name or something. It was just me and a few people. But then I eventually gave it a name randomly, and it kind of
I didn't get to give it a name. Buttercorp was like.
Do you regret it being named Buttercorp, or do you like the fact it's named Buttercorp now?
I like the name Buttercorp, which is why I haven't changed it. If I had decided on a name, I would have gone with Red Herring. And the reason for that is because at the time, AFML Studio was still called Blue Jay, and a red herring is something that you expect to be something then, but is actually not.
Honestly, I prefer Buttercorp over than naming it something like Red Herring, because again, it makes it less tied to AFML and less tied to any reference.
Yeah. Besides, what would I have done after she changed the name? Call myself Dog Snouts? No.
Yeah, like it's just one of those things where it's like, it's kind of just its own thing. Like, Angel Light, again, isn't based off any reference or any name. It's just reference off the fact that part of my brand is inherently angel themed or angelic themed. Therefore, angel, angels do light or whatever. So Angel Light Studios, bam.
Yeah.
This is not ultra complex. It's just kind of what it is. It's not really tied to anything besides the angel theming, which I don't ever see myself getting rid of it, or at least for my quote unquote OC design you see in my logo for my character. That's about the, and like the studio's still gonna be named that because, angels. Games.
All right. Well, yeah.
You just make a show about butter. You make a show about butter. Butter.
Yeah.
Talking butter. Margarine. No, wait, what would be the ripoff of Buttercorp? Margarine.
I don't know. Whatever company William makes,
we have corporation, margarine, business.
Margarine Association, Margarine Limited. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a number of ones, but anyway, point is, in one way or the other, the Mutant Girl has, it's grown its own.
And
direction.
the Mutant Girl will exist for like 10 more years, guys, or like 20 more years, or 50 more years, forever. Mutant Girl forever.
Yeah, I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe once again I can say that I'll see people be seeing people here 5 years later. You never know.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you all, like the people who've helped behind the scenes and front of the scenes, and especially Aiden. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, because you've been the co-writer ever since like the mid-season 2. You've like pushed like the most like ideas forward. You keep motivated at times as well. Yeah,
I did a lot of editing, I did voicing, and I do kind of tend to remind you about like thumbnails and stuff. Like, hey Jacob, have you asked anyone for a thumbnail yet? Listen,
that part is less helpful because that's always the last thing I do. But
listen, I like to prep. I like prepping things. Mutant Girl. I agree with Prism here. Mutant Girl will never die.
My goodness, yeah.
No, you see the Mutant. No, you see the Mutant Girl will continue after Jacob's death. You know why? Because his children will take it.
Maybe. I did
the family heirloom of the Mutant Girl.
Yeah. I did see a quote in a thumbnail in a Toriyama tribute that says that said life is temporary but legacy is forever, or something like that. So yeah. Hopefully
that is one thing I worry about, like, what's my legacy? That's always
something
I wonder. Dang.
Oh yeah, ever since I was like 10, I was like, I want to leave something behind. That's also why I started this YouTube channel to begin with. I forget the Mutant Girl show for a second. Yeah, the Jacob Butter YouTube channel has documented the last nearly 11 years of my life. I have grown up on YouTube. So yeah, by the time that I'm gone, there'll be, there's already thousands of videos of, of some sort of footprint there. At some point someone's gonna come across those, and yeah, hopefully, even if the algorithm doesn't promote me anymore, that's there'll still be someone out there that remembers me to some extent, or that's all really. But for the time being, we're all still here, so let's all keep going. 5 more years, everyone. Let's do it.
More than 5 more years. 100 years of Rick and Morty. I mean,
yes, 6 seasons of the movie. Yeah, all right. Okay, but yeah, once again, thanks everyone, and please leave a like or dislike because your opinion matters. So if you haven't done so already. And on that note, until next time.